Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight's story, we got a Primarch who wants revenge for giving up the siege weapons that eventually broke Terra. Before I get into that, just be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
Vordrast had been an imperial system once. Its charts had named it compliant. Its tithe scrolls had marked it dutiful. Its shrine worlds had burned corpse wax for the master of mankind, and its manufactoria had beaten out tank hulls, artillery shells, lasslocks, ration tins, augmetic limbs, flak plate, promethium drums, and coffin nails for wars it would never see. Its sons had marched beneath Aquila banners until their boots split and their lungs blackened from forge smoke. Its priests had promised them that obedience was armor. Its commanders had promised them that sacrifice was victory. Perturabo proved them wrong with arithmetic. The first shell did not fall upon a city. It fell upon an ocean. From high orbit, where the void had become a cage of iron, the projectile descended as a black cathedral wrapped in re-entry fire. It was larger than a hive district, plated in demon-etched adamantium, its flanks chained with flensed banners, taken from worlds that no longer possessed names. It entered the atmosphere without tumbling. Nothing wrought by Perturabo was permitted to fall imperfectly. The shell struck the Avaric Sea and did not explode at once. It drilled. For 9 heartbeats, the ocean rose around it in a mountainous crown. Then, the seabed split. The weapon burrowed into the planet's crust, dragging billions of tons of superheated water after it, and the world screamed through tectonic fault lines. The detonation came beneath the mantle. Continents convulsed. Coastal fortress lines vanished beneath walls of boiling salt water. Port hives were peeled open by steam pressure. Men in bunkers drowned in their armor as water forced itself through firing slits, through vox grills, through the mouths of saints carved over blast doors. Above Vordrast Secundus, the sky was not a sky, it was a siege. Iron warriors' warships hung in formation from horizon to horizon, slab-proud and corpse-colored, their hulls striped with hazard markings and old hatred. Orbital chains as thick as hive spires bound, captured moons to gun platforms. Demon engines crawled along those chains like ticks on the bones of a dead god, vomiting furnace smoke into vacuum, their claws clamped around macro-cannon housings and void shield pylons. Between the worlds drifted minefields made from hollowed asteroids, murder servitors, enslaved machine spirits, and the frozen bodies of imperial officers who had refused surrender in the first hours. The Iron Warriors did not hurry. They had never needed to. They shelled the first continent for 6 days by local reckoning, though no chronometer remained honest after the warp batteries began to sing. Their fire was layered, patient, and cruel. The outer trenches were struck with seismic charges that turned packed earth into fluid sludge. Men sank screaming beneath their own fortifications, dragged under by sandbags, razor wire, splintered duckboards, and the bodies of those already dead. The second line was taken by airburst fragmentation, each shell opening into a storm of hooked iron that scythed through helmets and cheekbones and wrists raised in useless defense. The third line received phosphex. After that, there was no third line. There were only men running as green fire ate them down to wet shadows. No glory came to Vordrast. No shining last stand crowned its defenders. There were no marble words to carve into memorial walls. The regiments died as numbers in a hostile equation. A trench sector was erased because its ammunition stockpile represented a future delay of 7 minutes. A hive spire was opened from crown to root because its void shields were drawing power from a generator the Iron Warriors wished to study after pacification. 1,000 tanks were crushed beneath falling shell casings because Perturabo's guns had finished firing and gravity remained useful. The shell casings alone killed cities. They fell from orbit like dead continents, brass black and rune-scored, trailing smoke and burning scraps of atmosphere. One struck the pilgrimage district of Hive St. Barachel. It came down flat, rotating slowly, blotting out the sun before there was no sun left to blot. The district had been filled with refugees by then, men packed shoulder to shoulder in avenues of broken statuary, priests screaming benedictions through cracked amplifiers, medici orderlies sawing limbs from the wounded without anesthetic because the pain drugs had gone to officers and the officers had died. Anyway, the casing landed across them with the indifference of a dropped hammer. Millions became a red layer beneath metal. Bones, lungs, icons, rifles, teeth, ration tins, hymnals, and skull fragments were pressed together into a paste that steamed around the edges for hours. The Iron Warriors logged the impact as efficient. Their laughter, when it came, was never joyful. On the bridge of the Grand Cruiser, malice measured, warsmith Cordain Vur watched the collapse of Hive Tertian's eastern bastions through a hololithic projection that rendered human death as amber contour lines. He was a massive figure in burnished gunmetal plate, his helm held beneath one arm, his face a ruin of scar tissue and augmetic replacement. One eye remained human. It was pale, irritated, and bored. "Resistance in the substructure?" he asked. A legionary at the firing altar turned from his auspex. 3 million signatures, Lord. Mostly infantry. Some armor. No void capacity. No meaningful anti-orbital strength. Then why are they still alive? The question was not anger. Anger implied surprise. The legionary inclined his head and transmitted new fire permissions. Across the void, artillery platforms adjusted by increments too small for mortal eyes. Macro shells crossed the distance in silence before entering the atmosphere as burning judgments. Hive Tertian's foundations disappeared in a chain of white detonations. The hive did not fall. It sagged. Its lower levels became liquid rubble. The upper city descended into itself, spires grinding against one another, cathedra splitting, hab blocks folding like rotten parchment. Millions were compacted in the dark. Vox traffic spiked with screams, then became static, then became nothing. Cordain Vur watched until the last heat signatures faded beneath dust. "There," he said. "Now they are useful." Around him, mortal crewmen continued their labor in silence. Some were slaves, some were corrupted naval ratings, whose ancestors had served the long war so long that loyalty to terror was an old obscenity spoken only in punishment pits. Some were less than men, their spines bolted into cogitator thrones, their eyelids cut away, their tongues replaced by cable bundles that twitched when the guns demanded fresh calculations. They feared the Iron Warriors, but they feared inefficiency more. Inefficiency was noticed. Those noticed by the 4th Legion were corrected. Beyond the malice measured, at the center of the dead system, the Iron Thorns awoke one by one. Their names passed through the fleet, not as announcements, but as liturgies of threat. The Anvil Sun, the Choir of Ruin, the 9th Thorn, the Worldbreaker Mandible, the Casket of Unmaking. The Dark Mechanicum did not speak those names without warding their throats in oil and blood. Warpsmiths bowed their helms before rune-locked consoles. Heretic Magi dragged sensors filled with powdered bone through corridors where the walls sweated grease and whispered in machine code. Captured tech priests, still loyal in the small places of their minds, wept binary prayers through iron gags when they recognized the architecture of the engines. They had seen fragments in forbidden data crypts. They had read warnings sealed beneath the highest censure. They had believed the engine's myth, allegory, the nightmare exaggerations of a darker age. They were not myth. The Anvil Sun hung inside the corpse light of Vordrast's outer star, feeding upon the chained plasma heart of a murdered stellar mass. Its armor opened and closed like the petals of a black flower, each petal a continent of guns. The Choir of Ruin circled a broken moon, built from cathedral towers, Titan spinal columns, resonator vaults, and screaming vox organs. Its first testing note cracked mountains on the moon below and burst the hearts of every slave within 9 kilometers of its lowest bell. The 9th Thorn was a spear of folded gravity and demon iron, aimed at the system's capital world with the patience of an executioner. The world-breaker mandible crawled along an orbital chain, a colossal pair of crushing arcs large enough to bite through void shields and planetary crust alike. And behind them all, veiled in warp shadow, waited the casket of unmaking. It did not glow, it did not roar, it brooded. No mortal sensor wished to observe it for long. Auspec's returns crawled away from its outline, pict feeds blurred, servitors assigned to measure its mass began reciting their own birth names before their skulls split from within. The weapon was cased in black iron, First Legion oath metal, Dark Age alloys, and later layers of Perturabo's spite. It had the form of a reliquary built by giants to bury a god. Chains crossed its hull in endless lattices, each link inscribed with equations that changed when read. The Iron Warriors had crowned those equations with runes of the Empyrean, binding demons into the old logic until the weapon no longer merely calculated destruction. It desired conclusions. In the command sanctum of the Infinite Citadel, Perturabo watched Vordrast die. His throne was not a throne, though lesser minds named it such. It was a siege engine shaped into command architecture, a fortress nexus of black iron, brass, adamantium, demon bone, fiber cable, and bitter will. Servo limbs moved around him in slow arcs, each tipped with tools, blades, data spikes, or weapons capable of gutting a knight. Holospheres drifted in the air before him, showing every front, every shell, every failing shield, every pleading transmission, every corpse-heaped trench, every time-to-collapse estimate. He absorbed them all. Perturabo had not become smaller in damnation. He was vast, armored beyond mortal comprehension, his demon-forged plate layered like fortress walls and marked by wounds that glowed with furnace light. Warp-crowned iron rose from his back in angular halos. His face remained recognizably that of a Primarch, and that made the horror worse. He was not a beast wearing Perturabo's name. He was Perturabo refined into cruelty. His eyes were cold furnace apertures. His expression was calculation chained to contempt. Around him, impossible geometry unfolded and collapsed. Bastions within bastions, angles that hurt the thoughts of mortals forced to look upon them. Bound souls hung in vertical racks, their flayed nerves connected to cogitator looms. Equations moved across their skins as cuts opened and closed. When a calculation required correction, one of them screamed a number and died. The Lord of Iron did not notice the death, except as confirmation. Vordrast Secundus will fail within 11 hours, said a warsmith kneeling below the command dais. Perturabo did not look at him. It failed before we arrived. The warsmith remained kneeling. Yes, Lord. No, Perturabo said, and the word made the iron floor tremble. You say yes because you have learned obedience. I require comprehension. Vordrast failed when its rulers believed faith could substitute for depth. It failed when its commanders built visible bastions to comfort cowards. It failed when its priests taught men that dying with prayers in their mouths altered the weight of shells. We are not defeating Vordrast. We are demonstrating the answer already present in its design. The warsmith bowed his head lower. Iron within. Perturabo's eyes moved at last, settling upon him. Iron without, answered every iron warrior in the sanctum. The words rolled through the chamber like a closing gate. On Vordrast Prime, beneath a sky of ash and burning orbital wreckage, the Imperial defenders heard something move inside the clouds. General Halbrecht Kohn had command of what remained of the 83rd Vordrastian Line Army. Command was a generous word. His army existed in fragments: drowned artillery crews, tank squadrons without fuel, infantry battalions without officers, Officers without maps, priests without tongues, medici stations without morphia, and ammunition dumps that burned brighter than the shrines they had once defended. He stood inside the command crypt beneath Bastion Crucius, listening to the ceiling crack. Dust sifted down upon his cap. His left arm hung useless, broken in 3 places. Blood had dried black beneath his nose. Around him, aides shouted over dying voxlinks. Outer redoubt gone. 6th and 17th no longer responding. Enemy armor through the western corpse field. Orbital fire pattern shifting. Con stared at the hololith. Its display flickered between lies and ruin. No line held. No reserve existed. Every counterattack had been predicted, intercepted, and murdered in transit. Men who had marched beneath his command that morning now existed as heat blooms fading in trenches full of broken meat. "Transmit to Segmentum Command," he said. No one answered. He turned. The Vox officer was seated at his station, hands still on the controls. A thin line of blood ran from each ear. His eyes had boiled white in their sockets when the choir of ruin tested a partial harmonic through the atmosphere. Con took the handset himself. Static hissed. Behind it, he heard voices. Not human voices. Not quite. He keyed the rune. "This is General Halbrecht Con of Vordrast Prime. We remain loyal. We remain under arms. Request immediate reinforcement. Enemy force is Iron Warriors. Traitor Primarch command confirmed. Repeat, Traitor Primarch command confirmed. Siege weapons of unknown classification active throughout the system. Civilian population losses beyond count. Military losses beyond recovery. We will hold as ordered." Something struck the bastion above. The world became sound. Men flew apart in the command crypt as pressure punched through the ceiling and hammered them into consoles. Con hit the floor hard enough to break teeth. The hololith burst. Someone's severed hand landed beside his face, fingers twitching in a last useless prayer. When he opened his eyes, the ceiling was gone. Through smoke and raining stone, he saw the sky. The world-breaker mandible descended through the clouds. It was not a shell, it was a structure. 2 vast arcs of black iron opened around the horizon, their inner surfaces lined with gravitic teeth, each tooth large enough to crush a cathedral. Lightning crawled between them. The fortress city screamed as the weapons field took hold. Walls bent inward. Towers leaned like supplicants forced to kneel. Tanks rose from the ground, tracks spinning, crews trapped inside and shrieking over open vox as their vehicles were dragged into the air and crumpled flat. Men were lifted too, thousands of them, tens of thousands. Their bodies stretched, armor splitting, joints tearing apart under invisible force. Con laughed then, because his mind had reached the end of duty and found nothing waiting there. The mandible closed. Bastion Crucius ceased to be a fortress. It became a wound. The Dark Angels arrived too late. Their strike cruiser translated at the edge of the system in a flare of tortured reality, Geller Field still crackling with the aftertaste of the warp. Its name was Penitent Blade, and its hull bore the old marks of the unforgiven. Winged sword, bone-white honor panels, black kill script, green armor scarred by wars, never entered into public record. It came alone, running silent, augers veiled, drives banked low. A reconnaissance vessel, not a battle line ship. A watcher in the dark. Its bridge crew did not speak when Vordrast filled the main oculus. Silence suited the Sons of the Lion. Brother Captain Marduk Thane stood before the command dais in robes of black over plate of deep green. His helm was maglocked at his hip, his face stern and old, the skin pale from years beneath void light. Around him, serfs and chapter thralls worked with the hushed terror of mortals, trained never to interrupt angels. A chaplain stood to his right, skull-helm turned toward the dying system. 2 librarians watched from behind hoods of shadowed bone. In the teleportarium below, Deathwing Terminators waited in complete stillness, their armor the color of old ivory, their storm bolters blessed, their blades oiled, their names already entered into the record of possible martyrdom. "Report," Thane said. The Auspex master swallowed. No loyal fleet signatures, no astropathic choir, no stable defense grid. Planetary command structures are gone or under direct bombardment. Multiple traitor capital ships. Iron Warriors identifiers confirmed. Grand Company markings repeated across several hulls. Dark Mechanicum presence. Demon engines beyond count. Thane did not move. Survivors? The Auspex master looked down at his instruments as though hoping they would change from shame. Billions, Lord. Dying. Not resisting in meaningful formation. The chaplain spoke, his vox grill turning his words into a sepulchral rasp. Meaningful to whom? No one answered. The penitent blade moved deeper into the grave system, slipping between debris fields and corpse clouds. Picked captures flooded its archives. A moon with its crust carved into firing steps. A shrine world cracked open, reliquaries spilling into vacuum like beads from a broken rosary. A field of Imperial Navy wreckage arranged into a warning sigil. Slave barges feeding bodies into furnace intakes. Iron Warriors. Boarding parties executing survivors not with fury, but with the mechanical patience of men clearing rubble. Then the augurs found the first thorn. Every machine spirit on the bridge recoiled. Runes flashed. Consoles spat sparks. A servitor nailed into the primary sensor throne snapped its own spine against its restraints and began chanting in Binharic until its head burst against the steel collar. Blood and grey matter slopped across the deck. The Auspex master staggered back from his station, nose bleeding, eyes wide with a terror no discipline could bury. "By the throne," he whispered. "That signature." Thane turned to the librarians. "Identify." The elder of the two did not answer at once. He had gone rigid. Frost formed along the edge of his hood. When he spoke, his voice carried another sound beneath it, like a door opening in a crypt, sealed for 10,000 years. Vault classification, First Legion, pre-heresy, prescribed, sealed by order of the Primarch. The chaplain's Crozius tightened in his grip. Impossible. The librarian looked at him. No. Hidden. That word did more damage than any shell. The Deathwing deployed to Vordrast Prime within the hour. They walked through the remains of Bastion Crucius, teleport flare fading from their armor as the world burned around them. The ground steamed. Not from rain. There was no rain left. Fluids boiled out of the corpse mass underfoot. Blood, promethium, coolant, intestinal matter, melted fat. Brother Sergeant Arias led the squad through a tunnel that had once been an avenue. Tanks lay fused into the walls. Men had been pressed so hard into the stone that their skeletons stood upright inside it, ribs showing through cracked rock, skulls flattened but still wearing helmets. His auto-senses catalogued everything. Gene-coded armor scraps, shell residue, warp contamination, gravity shear patterns, sonic trauma, thermal shadowing, Dark Age alloy traces beneath Iron Warrior's corruption. Evidence. The word tasted foul. A mortal survivor crawled from beneath a slab of masonry as the Terminators passed. He had no legs below the thigh. Something had cauterized the stumps. His uniform was baked into his skin. He reached for Arias, with fingers stripped to bone. "Angel," the man said. Arias looked down at him. The man tried again. "Angel, help me." Arias raised his stormbolter and fired once. The bolt shell turned the man's head and upper chest into wet fragments across the rubble. Mercy, if such a thing still had meaning on Vordrast, was quick and loud. "Record all signatures," Arias voxed. "Acknowledged," came the reply. They found the command crypt beneath 6 meters of compacted dead. They dug through it with chain fists. Limbs came away in layers. Men, armor, parchment, servo skulls, prayer beads, ammunition belts, entrails hardened by heat, teeth fused into glassy lumps. The Terminators worked without disgust. Disgust was for those who believed the galaxy owed them cleanliness. At the heart of the ruin, they found General Khan's cracked command baton still clutched in one severed hand. They found his final transmission embedded in the broken Vox bank. They found the targeting scar of the World-Breaker mandible burned into the stone beneath his corpse. And beneath that, older than the Iron Warrior's markings, hidden under 10,000 years of defilement, they found the ghost of the Lion's Seal. Brother Captain Thane listened to the report aboard the penitent blade. He said nothing for a long while. The interrogator chaplain beside him had removed his helm. His face was scarred, shaven, and hard as old marble. Candles burned at his belt, despite the bridge's recycled air. Their flames leaned away from the picked feed of the casket of unmaking. "These are not merely relics of the enemy," the chaplain said. "No," Thane answered. "They are ours." Thane's jaw tightened. They were never ours. They were his. No one needed to ask which him he meant. Outside the oculus, Vordrast's secundus broke apart. The anvil sun had fired again. A continent lifted in plates, cracked by pressure from below, cities sliding into the glowing seams like offerings to a furnace. The Iron Warrior's fleet adjusted formation by fractional degrees, patient, exact, unmoved. Thane turned from the oculus. Astropathic channel, highest censure, route through the old oaths, destination, the rock. The astropath chosen for the sending was already weeping blood before the message entered him. He knelt within a circle of warding blades, wrists chained, mouth sewn with silver thread that snapped as the force of the transmission filled his body. The librarians stood around him, chanting in low Calibanite. The interrogator chaplain watched with a loaded bolt pistol in his hand, in case the warp answered wearing the wrong voice. Thane spoke the words himself. "The Lord of Iron has opened the vault. The Thorns live." The astropath screamed the message across the dark. The scream killed him. His skull split from brow to crown, and blue fire crawled out of the opening before guttering into ash. The chaplain shot the corpse twice to silence the twitching tongue. Then he ordered the remains burned without rites. Far away, across distances that had swallowed empires and damned crusades, the message reached the rock. The fortress monastery drifted through the void like a fragment of judgment torn from the bones of a dead world. Its spires rose into darkness. Its gun decks slept with the patience of predators. Its chapels held secrets older than most imperial saints. Within its depths, behind doors that opened only to blood, oath, and command, Lionel Johnson heard the words. He stood alone when they were first brought to him. The chamber around him was vast and dim, built from stone taken from lost Caliban, and iron taken from wars no mortal archive remembered. Banners hung in the still air. Some were dark angels green, some were black. Some were so old their colors had faded into the brown of dried blood. The lion wore armor the color of deep forest beneath night, and at his side rested fealty, blade of kingship and execution. Upon his arm, the emperor's shield caught the candlelight and returned it as a cold gleam. Azrael stood several paces behind him, silent. Belial waited like a statue carved from bone. Samael's eyes were shadowed beneath his hood. Interrogator chaplains lined the walls. Librarians bowed their heads. Captains of the Unforgiven had gathered from successor bloodlines, each one summoned without explanation, each one wise enough not to ask too soon. The message played once. The Lord of Iron has opened the vault. The Thorns live. No one spoke. The lion did not rage. Rage was too small for what moved behind his eyes. He did not pray. Prayer was for those seeking permission from powers above them. He did not curse Perturabo, nor the past, nor the oaths of brothers made before betrayal had given the galaxy its true shape. He only remembered. He remembered iron halls before the heresy, Perturabo's eyes studying weapons as other men studied scripture, his own hand authorizing transfer under seals of trust and necessity. The logic of war before brotherhood became treason. The belief, once, that a Primarch's word could bind another Primarch more securely than chains. He remembered the gift. He remembered the mistake. At last, the lion turned. Every warrior in the chamber felt the motion like a blade leaving its scabbard. "Summon the fleet," he said. Azrael bowed. "As you command, Lord." All of it. A tremor passed through the gathered sons of the First Legion. Not fear, recognition. There were orders that moved companies. There were orders that moved chapters. This order would move the unforgiven as a single weapon drawn from 10,000 years of shadow. The lion looked upon them, and in his gaze was the old forest, the long hunt, the nightly oath, the executioner's patience, and something colder than vengeance. "I gave him those weapons," said the lion. "I will take them from his corpse." The rock did not enter real space like a ship. It arrived like a verdict. The warp convulsed around the edge of the Vordrast translation corridor, splitting open in bruised colors that had no right to exist outside the dreams of madmen and witches. Lightning without storm clouds clawed across the void. The Empyrean shrieked as mass older than most imperial dynasties forced itself through the veil. Then the fortress monastery of the Dark Angels emerged from unreality, its gun towers cold, its spires black against the corpse light of distant stars, its broken Calibanite stone wrapped in armor, oath seals, and void shields that had endured wars whose names had been erased from human memory. The rock came first. The armada followed. Battle barges translated. In disciplined echelons, their prows marked with winged swords, broken crowns, chaliced blades, and the heraldry of successor chapters that had answered without asking why. Strike cruisers slid from the warp in silence, each one surrounded by the dying afterglow of Geller fields. Relic vessels came after them, long and predatory, their hulls scarred by Great Crusade munitions and later sins. Some bore armor plating of patterns no Forge world would admit still existed. Some carried guns so ancient their machine spirits spoke in dialects of Binharic that made younger tech adepts bleed from the eyes. Some were not listed in any Imperial naval register at all. The unforgiven had gathered. Dark angels, angels of absolution, angels of vengeance, angels of redemption, consecrators, guardians of the covenant, blades of vengeance, other sons of the first, their names hidden beneath campaign oaths and sealed litanies, came in the old way. They came not as allies invited to a council, but as fragments of one blade returning to the hand that had forged it. Around the rock, the void filled with engines, escort squadrons, rapid strike craft, teleportation frigates, reliquary ships, ammunition hulks, fortress barges, and vessels whose decks had never carried anything but Astartes' war. The fleet formed without wasted command chatter. It arranged itself in layered hunting patterns, green and black and bone white, a constellation of restrained violence. No triumphal hymn marked their arrival. No proclamation was sent to the wider Imperium. The First Legion was going to war, and secrecy traveled with it like a shadow beneath a cloak. Within the strategium of the rock, Lionel Johnson stood before the gathered masters of his bloodline. The chamber had been carved into the ancient stone of lost Caliban, then armored over during centuries of necessary paranoia. Its walls were hung with banners taken from forgotten compliance wars, Xeno's exterminations, and battles that had ended with every witness sworn to silence or burned. Incense drifted through the gloom in pale ribbons. Servo skulls hovered near the ceiling, their optics dimmed. Hooded chapter serfs waited at the edge of the chamber with parchment, blades, sensors, and loaded pistols. The pistols were not ornamental. No object within the rock was merely ornamental. Azrael stood nearest the lion, supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels, helm beneath one arm, the lion helm's bearer waiting in stillness behind him. Belial stood like a monument in bone-white armor, Lord of the Deathwing, his face pale and pitiless beneath the candlelight. Samael of the Raven Wing watched with the restless discipline of a blade held just short of motion. Ezekiel stood among the shadows, his psychic hood dark, the book at his side chained shut, his single eye reflecting the strategium's hololithic glare. Around them gathered the inner circle. They had come expecting strategy. They had come expecting target selections, fleet assignments, sealed contingencies, censure protocols, and the ritual apportioning of blame to those outside the circle of truth. They were dark angels. War was never merely war to them. War was concealment, revelation, punishment, confession, and execution, all wearing the same helm. The lion gave them none of that at first. He stood before the projection of Vordrast and looked upon the dead system in silence. The hololith showed the crown of thorns in incomplete fragments, because the astropaths had died before they could map it fully, and the augurs of the penitent blade had recoiled from the deeper structures as if the weapons themselves had looked back. Still, enough remained. Worlds cracked by calculated fire, moons chained into gun platforms, orbital rings thick with iron warriors' fortifications, black shapes marking the iron thorns, each one wreathed in warning runes and data corruption. The lion's face did not change. That was what made him terrible. Gilliman would have demanded reports, supply estimates, political implications, crusade consequences. He would have seen the shape of the wound across the body of the Imperium and begun planning how to keep the rest from bleeding out. Sanguinius, had he lived, might have shone with grief so bright it became wrath, an angel mourning the dead even as he slew their killers. The lion did not mourn. He hunted. He was a king returned from myth without joy in his return, a blade in green and black, a lord of forests that no longer existed, carrying judgment into an age too diseased to deserve mercy. He spoke rarely because his silence forced others to understand the weight of their own breathing. When he gave orders, they did not sound like commands. They sounded like futures being cut into stone. At last, he turned from the hololith. These weapons exist because I allowed them to exist. No one moved. The words struck the chamber harder than accusation. Dark angels were built to endure truth in fragments, never in abundance. The lion had given them abundance like a knife pushed through armor. Azrael lowered his gaze by the smallest measure. My lord. The lion raised a hand, and even that slight motion silenced him. Before betrayal had names enough to fill our mouths, before the legions broke the galaxy and called it destiny, I trusted my brother. I judged Perturabo loyal. I judged him necessary. I judged his genius a wall against the horrors beyond mankind's borders. His eyes moved over them. No softness lived there. I gave him weapons that should have died in vaults beneath forgotten stars. I gave him engines made before the Imperium learned the cost of its own ambition. I gave them under oath, under seal, under the belief that a Primarch's word still meant what it had meant when our father set us among the stars. Samael's jaw tightened. Belial looked at the hololith as though he could strangle the dead system back into life by hatred alone. Ezekiel's fingers rested on the chained book at his side, but he did not open it. The lion continued. I was wrong. The words did not bend. They did not seek pity. They offered no confession for comfort. They were a blade laid flat upon an altar. I do not ask absolution from you. I do not ask judgment. I name responsibility. The thorns were my burden before they became his crime. They will be reclaimed by my hand or buried beneath the ruins of every son I command. The inner circle understood then. Not a campaign, not a punitive strike, not even a crusade. An oath of extermination had entered the chamber. Azrael bowed his head. The unforgiven stand ready. They will do more than stand, said the lion. They will bleed. They will burn. They will die without record if I require it. Any who believe honor will preserve them from the mathematics of the 4th Legion may leave this chamber now and be grateful I do not have them killed for ignorance. No one left. The lion looked to Belial. Deathwing. Belial straightened. We are the blade at the throat. You will be the hammer inside the walls. Teleport assaults, reliquary breach actions, capture of command vaults, destruction of shield hearts. You will walk into places designed to murder demigods, and you will make them regret failing. Belial bowed. By your will. The lion looked to Samael. Ravenwing. Samael's eyes were bright, cold, eager in the way only restrained killers could be eager. We ride. You hunt the gaps, you mark every gun, you cut pursuit corridors and kill any messenger vessel that flees without my sanction. Perturabo will seed the void with traps. He will expect speed to become impatience. Deny him that pleasure. Samael inclined his head. He will find us where he does not wish us to be. The lion looked to Azrael. Greenwing and line assets will anchor the void war. Boarding actions, counterboarding, gun duels, shield suppression, and attrition where attrition cannot be avoided. We will not match the Iron Warriors shell for shell. That is their prayer, not ours. We will cut the hands from their guns. Azrael's expression remained grave. The successor chapters? They are not guests. They are sons of the first. Deploy them as such. Then his gaze found Ezekiel. The chief librarian did not flinch. The warp coils around the thorns, said the lion. You will break its whispers where you can. Where you cannot, you will mark the corruption clearly enough for a blade to follow. Ezekiel's voice was low. The astropaths who touched the crown died in agony, Lord. Their last impressions formed targeting solutions. The enemy used their deaths to speak. Then do not listen like prey, the lion said. Listen like executioners. The mobilization began before the council ended. Across the rock, vault doors opened that had not moved in centuries. Armories breathed out dust older than saints. Chapter serfs died of heart failure, trying to keep pace with the rites demanded of them. Tech marines walked among dormant war engines, chanting activation litanies in voices made metallic by rebreathers and old burns. Dreadnought sarcophagi were awakened beneath black cloth. Some of the ancient warriors within came to consciousness, speaking names from the heresy. Some asked whether Caliban still stood. No one answered until their wrath had steadied. The Deathwing gathered in teleportation chapels beneath bone-colored banners. Terminator plate was locked around veteran bodies with the solemnity of burial. Chain fists were blessed with oil taken from tomb engines. Thunderhammers were tested against slabs of condemned ceramite. Storm shields were inscribed with fresh vows. Interrogator chaplains moved among them, skull helms watching, Crozius heads burning with caged energy. The Ravenwing armed in silence broken only by engine growl. Black bikes were wheeled from their cradles. Land speeders and dark talons were lowered from ceiling gantries. Plasma coils warmed with a predator's purr. Riders placed gauntleted hands upon their machines and whispered oaths not meant for mortal hearing. Speed, pursuit, encirclement, annihilation. They were not cavalry in the old mortal sense. They were the shadow of the lion's hunt, made mechanical and armed with wrath. The Grenwing filled launch decks and boarding galleries. Tactical squads, hellblasters, blade guard, veterans of successor bloodlines, devastators bearing heavy weapons, breacher formations with shields locked edge to edge. They knelt before chaplains, rose before captains, and marched toward war without cheer or hesitation. Their bolters were loaded. Their blades were kissed against oath seals. Their helms sealed one by one, turning living warriors into icons of judgment. Elsewhere, mortal crews prepared to die in the thousands. Astartes were the blade, but ships were coffins with engines, and every coffin required hands. Serfs loaded macro shells into cathedral breaches. Bondsmen dragged ammunition carts through corridors slick with sacred oils. Medici adepts prepared slabs for bodies that might return in pieces. Remembrancers were not permitted aboard. Witnesses were a luxury for wars without shame. The Mechanicus delegation arrived under protest and escort. Their barge came from an attached forge tender, crimson-hulled, incense trailing from its vents in dirty clouds. The Magi entered the rock beneath heavy guard, their robes lacquered with warding script, their limbs clicking against the stone. Their leader was Magos Dominus Halvek Ro, a tall priest of steel ribs, bronze mask, and eyes replaced by rotating lenses. Servo arms twitched behind him like the legs of an insect pinned to a board. Around him clustered adepts carrying data reliquaries, quarantine seals, and petition scrolls already stamped with urgency. They were brought before the lion in a lesser audience chamber whose walls bore no heraldry. That absence was warning enough. Halvek Ro bowed with many mechanical joints. Lord Primarch, the Omnissiah's servants petition for immediate preservation rights over the recovered siege engines. If even partial schematics survive, the value to the Imperium is beyond calculation. Such devices could alter the strategic posture of entire segmentums. They could defend sacred terra. They could break tendrils of the Great Devourer. They could answer tomb worlds and demon fortresses alike. Destruction would be doctrinal tragedy. The lion listened without expression. The Magos continued, mistaking silence for permission. We accept all necessary restrictions. No unwarded study, no broad dissemination, no unsanctioned activation. The priesthood of Mars has mechanisms for containment. The priesthood of Mars, said the lion, has mechanisms for hunger. A faint tremor passed through the adepts. Mechadendrites stilled. Halvek Ro's lenses rotated. My lord, knowledge is sacred. So is restraint. Your kind remembers the first and dismembers the second. The Magos bowed lower, though something in his voice hardened into static. To deny study of such relics may constitute obstruction of the Omnissiah's will. Azrael's hand moved almost imperceptibly toward his blade. The lion did not look at him. He did not need to. Listen carefully, said the Primarch. If any priest, Magos, adept, servitor, data thief, forge agent, or machine-masked scavenger attempts to claim, copy, awaken, bargain with, pray to, or hide so much as a splinter of the iron Thorns without my command, I will have him executed. His works will be burned. His forge lineage will be traced. His masters will be questioned. If necessary, they will join him. Halvek Ro's voice became a thin burst of Binharic alarm before resolving back into Gothic. That is an extreme sanction. No, said the lion. It is a simple one. The delegation understood cruelty then, not wrath. Wrath could be survived by waiting for it to cool. The lion's cruelty was discipline unsoftened by doubt. He was not threatening them to inspire fear, though fear came readily enough. He was stating the shape of consequence. Halvek Ro bowed until his bronze mask nearly touched the floor. The Mechanicus hears and obeys. The Mechanicus hears, said the lion. Whether it obeys remains to be seen. The astropathic choirs were opened next. They were not asked if they were willing. Willingness had little place in the Imperium. They were sanctioned souls, soul-bound and scarred, kept alive by discipline and ritual, for the purpose of screaming across distances that killed ordinary minds. Hundreds were chained into the choir vaults beneath the rock. Their heads were shaved. Their eyes were sewn or burned away. Silver nails fixed parchment prayers into their flesh. Around them, librarians and wardens traced circles of salt, ash, and powdered bone. They reached for the crown of thorns. The crown reached back. The first choir died in perfect unison. Their bodies arched against their restraints, mouths opening wide enough to break jaws. Blue fire poured from their throats. Their skulls split along old surgical seams. Brains cooked inside bone, boiling out through nostrils and ears in grey foam that steamed upon the floor. One astropath tore free of his chains long enough to carve Iron Warrior's hazard chevrons into his own chest with his fingernails before a warden cut him down. The second choir lasted longer. Their last words were not prayers. They spoke coordinates. One after another, in voices that were theirs and not theirs, they recited firing lines, approach vectors, range predictions, and casualty estimates. A blind boy with a face like melted wax laughed in a deep metallic growl and named the precise location of a Raven Wing mustering deck before his head turned inside out. An old choir master screamed the mass displacement of the rock in archaic Olympian numerals, then vomited black oil until his lungs came with it. Ezekiel ordered the vault sealed. The lion heard the report and gave no sign of surprise. "Perturabo is listening," Ezekiel said. "He has always listened for weaknesses." He answered through them. The chamber's vox system crackled before the lion could reply. Every rune on the console turned amber, then iron red. The serfs recoiled. Static rose, layered with grinding pressure, as though mountains were being dragged across the bones of the world. Then a voice entered the rock. It was not loud. It did not need to be. "Late," said Perturabo. The word filled the chamber. Tectonic, metallic, controlled. It carried the weight of collapsing fortresses and the bitterness of 10,000 years spent sharpening resentment into doctrine. Azrael drew his blade halfway. The lion raised a hand. The voice continued through captured vox networks, through dying astropathic residue, through machine spirits forced to bear a traitor's contempt. "You were late at Vordrast, late to your precious Imperium's wound, late to the truth of your own judgment, late, as always, brother." The lion faced the vox grill, as though Perturabo stood beyond it. "Speak while you can." A low sound rumbled through the system. Perhaps laughter, perhaps artillery. "You come for your gift. I come for what you corrupted. No, you come because regret has found armor and named itself duty." The lion's eyes remained cold. Perturabo's voice deepened, static grinding around every syllable. "You placed the thorns in my hands because you knew what I was. You knew I could do what others only promised. You knew I would understand their purpose. Do not pretend disgust now. Gifts are not reclaimed by regret. They are reclaimed by force. Then bring force." The vox died. For a moment, even the rock seemed to hold its breath. Then the lion turned to the assembled masters. "We advance." Azrael stepped forward. "Directly into the crown? Directly enough for him to believe arrogance guides us. Not directly enough for him to be correct." The hololith shifted beneath the Primarch's command. Fleet icons moved, not a spear thrust, but the illusion of one. Decoy flotillas would burn bright on false approach vectors. Empty hulls packed with reactor ghosts and slave cogitators would mimic battle barges. Black Shield kill teams, warriors without heraldry and without return guarantees, would slip toward the outer fortresses under sensor shrouds older than the Codex. Ravenwing ghost formations would seed the kill lanes with false heat, false movement, false impatience. Ancient First Legion stealth assets, sealed since wars against things even the Inquisition would not name, were released from beneath oath locks and assigned to the dark between the guns. The lion had ordered a direct advance into a killing field. He had not ordered a foolish one. "Perturabo has marked the obvious paths," he said. "We will take them." Samael looked up sharply. "My lord?" "We will take them in ways he cannot ignore. He will commit guns to certainty. He will reveal what he believes he has hidden. Every shot he fires becomes confession. Every trap becomes map. Every dead son of mine purchases the next step." Belial's voice was stone. "And when the price rises?" The lion looked at him. "Pay it." No one mistook that for callousness. Callousness was ignorance of cost. The lion knew the cost exactly. That was why his order chilled them. Across the unforgiven armada, engines ignited. Void shields rose. Torpedo tubes opened like the mouths of beasts. Teleportariums charged. Chaplains spoke final litanies to warriors who had no expectation of finality. The rock moved at the center, drawing its sons after it. A fortress monastery leading a fleet of secrets toward a system turned into a weapon. Far ahead, within the infinite citadel, Perturabo watched the movement unfold across his war table. His sanctum trembled with the rhythm of distant guns. Around him, bound souls whispered calculations through bleeding mouths. Hollow icons marked the Dark Angel's fleet, its decoys, its ghost signatures, its probable hidden assets, its likely reserves, its emotional pressure points, its ancient habits, its pride. Perturabo's iron fingers rested on the edge of the table. One by one, the paths the lion had chosen illuminated in cold light. Then the paths beneath those paths. Then the contingencies beneath those. The Lord of Iron smiled. It was a small expression, almost human, and therefore hideous. Every road his brother walked was already marked. The crown of thorns was not a fortress. A fortress was a thing with walls, gates, killing fields, and a heart that could be reached if men were willing to drown the earth with enough blood. A fortress had edges. A fortress could be encircled. A fortress admitted, by its very nature, that something existed beyond it. Perturabo had built something less merciful. The crown was a system remade into an argument against hope. Worlds had been stripped of weather, soil, faith, and name, then rebuilt as layered bastions, whose mountains were gun casemates, and whose oceans had been drained to expose trench continents beneath. Moons hung chained in orbit, their hollowed cores packed with macro cannons, gravitic mortars, warp-breached ammunition vaults, and cathedral magazines, where slaves died loading shells they could not comprehend. Asteroid belts had been dragged from ancient paths and locked into minefields by chains of iron and sorcery, each rock carved with murder holes, sensor ghosts, and sleeping charges large enough to gut cruisers. Between those worlds, in the black veins of the void, the Iron Warriors had laid roads. They were not roads for men, they were orbital causeways, armored chains, corpse bridges, vacuum-sealed trenchworks stretching from moon to fortress hulk to weapons platform. Along them marched demon engines in endless columns, taloned feet sparking against black metal. Brass throats vented furnace breath into nothingness. Iron hides crawled with bound faces, each one screaming silently in the airless dark. Some engines dragged artillery behind them on hooks made from fused femurs and adamantium. Others carried siege shields the size of hab blocks, their surfaces painted in hazard stripes and the old bitter sigils of the Fourth Legion. There were billions enslaved within the crown. They were its labor, its ammunition, its blood pressure. Penal slaves from forgotten wars dragged cable bundles through corridors where the floor ate the feet of those who stumbled. Mutant laborers hauled shells up inclines slick with grease, pus, and spilled promethium, their overseers driving shock mauls into their spines until bone showed through skin. Corrupted Skitari moved in jerking formations around furnace altars, their red robes blackened, their doctrine rewritten by dark mechanicum canticles that praised function over purity and agony over maintenance. Corpse thralls stood in ranks before cogitator banks, dead hands twitching across rune keys as parasitic logic engines used the nerves remaining in their arms. But the worst were those still alive enough to understand. Captured Imperial officers hung wired into calculation engines, their skulls opened, their brains pierced by silver data needles. Their mouths were gagged with iron, not to silence their screams, but to make them vibrate through harmonic receivers. Butchered Navy strategists, guard artillery savants, administratum logisticians, and loyal tech priests had been arranged in vertical racks like books in a library of suffering. Their pain processed trajectory, their terror refined range, their prayers became corrections in the guns. The crown's outer ring waited for the unforgiven with the patience of a thing that had already won. Millions of macro batteries tracked the void. Orbital bastions rolled on gravitic anchors, their armored faces turning toward the advancing fleet. Grand companies of iron warriors occupied the inner and outer walls, each fortress marked by chevrons, skull iron, artillery oaths, and names scraped from loyalist monuments. Chaos Knight households stood in serried packs upon moon bastions, their banners hanging stiff in weak artificial gravity, their reactors snarling like chained beasts. Traitor titans strode across vacuum-sealed trench continents, each footfall sending tremors through dead worlds. Their princeps dreamed through broken god machines and tasted the approach of loyalist vessels as heat, mass, and prey. Mortal armies waited too, not as soldiers, as expenditure. They stood in trenches facing the void, billions of them across the outer bodies, chained into firing lines and bastion decks, armed with rusted autoguns, heavy stubbers, looted last weapons, mining charges, and blades. Many could not see the enemy. Many had never seen a sky not blackened by smoke. They had been told only that they would advance when ordered, die when struck, and be rendered down if they survived without permission. They were ammunition with lungs. Their commanders were not expected to succeed. They were expected to occupy space, absorb shells, clog breaches, trip mines, and become terrain. The Dark Angel's fleet crossed the outer threshold. The Crown opened fire. There was no declaration, no challenge, no exchange of proud words through honor channels. The Iron Warriors had calculated the moment of optimum yield and acted upon it. The void ahead of the Unforgiven became white with ordnance. Shells the size of cathedrals came tumbling through the dark in slow, majestic arcs, each one wreathed in targeting runes, demonic furnace light, and the cold mathematics of Perturabo's hate. Torpedoes swam between them like predators. Lance fire cut across the kill zone in layered grids. Gravitic mines woke from among the asteroid fields and fell inward upon the fleet as though the void itself had developed teeth. The strike cruiser, Vow of Silence, died first. A macro shell punched through its void shield, broke its spine, and detonated inside the launch decks. The ship opened like a gutted animal. Thunderhawks, serfs, Astartes, fuel tanks, ammunition pallets, and burning atmosphere burst into space. Men froze as they burned. Bodies spun away with their mouths open, blood boiling from nostrils and ears before ice took them. A second shell struck the exposed reactor heart. The ship became a brief green sun, then a field of tumbling fragments. The battle barge Unbroken Blade endured longer. Its shields flared beneath repeated impacts, each strike casting white light across the armor glass of the rock's strategium. It returned fire with disciplined fury, macro cannons booming, bombardment batteries hurling sun-hot shells into the outer bastions. One Iron Warrior's gun moon lost an entire hemisphere, its surface cracking outward as magazines detonated one after another beneath the crust. Then, the 9th Bastion array found the battle barge's weakened port quarter. The hit did not destroy the Unbroken Blade at once. It cracked it open. From the rock, the Lion watched atmosphere vent from the barge in red streaming clouds, thick with men, armor, devotional banners, ammunition crates, and torn internal decking. The ship continued firing as it bled. A Dark Angel's vessel did not die merely because death had arrived. Its captain drove it forward on failing engines, angling its broken hull to shield 3 smaller cruisers from the next salvo. The barge took the fire meant for them and broke apart under it, its prow still pointing toward the Crown as it vanished. "Loss confirmed," said a serf, his voice shaking despite training. The Lion did not look at him. "Mark the batteries that fired." Azrael stood beside him, helmed now, his voice emerging through the vox with cold iron restraint. "Marked, Lord. Then they have purchased their deaths." The fleet obeyed before fear could form. That was the power of the Lion, not invulnerability, not mercy, not the golden charisma of a savior. He did not make men believe they would survive. He made survival irrelevant beside command. Across the fleet, captains felt the pressure of his will through orders, formations, transmitted vectors, and the terrible absence of hesitation. Ships slid into new patterns. Escort frigates burned themselves hollow, drawing fire. Strike cruisers vanished behind debris screens, only to emerge along unexpected attack planes. Successor vessels locked shields together, taking blows that would have killed them alone, holding formation because the Primarch had ordered advance, and the alternative was the Thorns firing again upon loyal worlds. The Lion sensed the trap because it was everywhere. Every corridor of approach was bait. Every opening in the bastion rings was a mouth. Perturabo had not built a fortress to keep the Lion out. He had built a system to let him in at the correct speed, through the correct wounds, under the correct pressure, until every step became prediction. Still, the Lion pressed forward. There were loyal worlds behind him. There were hive worlds, shrine worlds, forge moons, agri-spheres, fortress systems, still unaware that their death had already been plotted upon the Lord of Iron's war table. If the Thorns were permitted to fire beyond Vordrast, the corpse toll would not be counted in worlds, but in subsectors. To delay was to collaborate with the weapon. "Release the first veil," the Lion said. Across the advancing line, false signatures bloomed. Decoy hulls burned bright. Phantom battle barges appeared where only debris and signal ghosts drifted. Ravenwing Auspex masks scattered impossible acceleration trails through mine corridors. Ancient First Legion stealthcraft slid dark between the illuminated lies, running with engines so cold that even machine spirits seemed to hold their breath. Perturabo answered by killing what was false and what was real with equal patience. A slave moon died to correct the angle. It had once been Vordrast's smallest inhabited satellite, a mining worldlet of black stone and frozen caverns. The Iron Warriors had turned it into a labor hive, packing its tunnels with billions of slaves and furnace camps. Now its worth had narrowed to mass and position. The Lord of Iron required a shift in the Unforgiven Fleet's vector by 1/2 of a degree, enough to expose a shielded flank to the 7th Outer Bastion. So the slave moon was sacrificed. Charges planted through its core detonated in ordered sequence. The moon split from pole to pole, not exploding outward, but unfolding. Its crust peeled back in burning plates. Its mantle vented like blood from a butchered beast. Billions died in the same instant, crushed, burned, frozen, or hurled screaming into vacuum, with cities still chained to their ankles. The debris field rolled across the void in a precisely calculated wave, forcing the Dark Angel's line to adjust or be smashed against it. They adjusted, 1/2 a degree. The 7th Outer Bastion fired. 3 strike cruisers died. A 4th lost its engines and spun slowly, vomiting crew and wreckage. The cruiser Sainted Oath continued transmitting battle cant until its Vox tower sheared away. The last words from its captain were not a plea. "Target marked." On the rock, a serf vomited into his own hands. No one rebuked him. No one comforted him. The Lion looked upon the spreading wreckage of the slave moon. For a moment, the candlelight along the strategium walls trembled. "Now you see him," he said. Azrael turned slightly. "My lord?" "Perturabo does not waste lives in anger. That is beneath him. He spends them. He accounts for them. He makes atrocity into logistics." Belial's voice came over the command channel from the teleportarium, deep and sepulchral. "Then we will make his accounting imperfect." The Lion's eyes narrowed. "Begin." The Deathwing translated into hell. They struck the fortress hulk Cadaver of Reason, an Iron Warrior's mass of shipwrecks, asteroid armor, cannon decks, and trench corridors welded together over centuries. Its outer hull was too thick for conventional boarding and too shielded for clean teleportation. Cleanliness had not been expected. The first wave arrived scattered across hostile decks, some embedded in walls, some materializing amid enemy barricades, some appearing knee-deep in pools of coolant, blood, or demonic filth. Brother Sergeant Arias arrived inside a corridor barely wide enough for Terminator plate. An Iron Warrior stood before him, already turning, skull helm marked with hazard stripes, combi bolter rising. Arias fired first. His storm bolter hammered in the enclosed space, each detonation a thunderclap. The traitor's breastplate burst inward. Bone, blackened organs, and cooked gene seeds sprayed the wall behind him. The Iron Warrior did not fall until Arias's chain fist took him from shoulder to hip, chewing through ceramite, ribs, lungs, and spine in a wet shriek of teeth against armor. More came. They did not charge like berserkers. They advanced behind shields, firing in disciplined bursts, heavy weapons braced at corridor mouths, kill zones forming even inside their own ship. Iron warriors in cataphractii plate locked down a junction ahead, cyclone launchers rotating. One spoke over the local vox, his voice bitter and amused. "Forest ghosts in our walls." Another answered, "Oath polishers, late to another massacre." A third laughed without joy. "Let them come. We built them a corridor." The Deathwing answered with silence, then with bolters. The corridor vanished into muzzle flash and pulverized bodies. Cyclone missiles fired at point-blank range. A Deathwing knight disappeared in a burst of flame and ceramite shards. His torso opened, organs blackened inside the cracked shell of his armor. Another kept walking with one arm gone, blood pumping from beneath the shoulder seal in thick bursts before his suit sealed the wound with clotting foam. He reached the Iron Warrior's shield line and brought his thunderhammer down. The first traitor's helm collapsed into his chest. The second was hurled backward hard enough to burst against the bulkhead. The third drove a chain blade into the knight's abdomen, teeth chewing through plate and into meat. The knight headbutted him, cracking both helms, then crushed the traitor's throat with a gauntlet until black blood fountained through the grill. Arias voxed nothing but target marks. Rooms were taken by inches, bodies stacked at doorways, chain fists bored through sealed hatches, and the men behind them. Iron warriors dragged wounded Deathwing into side corridors and tried to cut gene seed from them under fire. Dark Angel's veterans responded by flooding the corridors with plasma until traitor surgeons, captives, and their own dying brothers became glowing ash. There was no room for mercy in a fortress hulk. Mercy required space, and Perturabo had denied them even that. In the hulk's command spine, a warsmith named Barak Thol watched the Deathwing advance across tactical runes. "They are slower than predicted," said one of his lieutenants. "They are heavier than predicted," Thol replied. The lieutenant's helm turned. "Shall we collapse the lower decks?" "Not yet. Let the oath polishers believe progress exists." A dark angel's blade punched through the lieutenant's chest from behind. The sword emerged between armor plates slick with blood and shredded lung. The Iron Warrior looked down at it as though offended by the inaccuracy of his own death. Behind him, a Deathwing knight wrenched the blade free and kicked the corpse aside. Arias came through the smoke with his stormbolter raised. Barak Thol did not shout. He did not curse. He simply activated his siege claw. "Latecomers," he said, "always arriving after the work is done." Arias fired. Thol took the bolts on his pauldron, crossed the chamber in 3 heavy strides, and tore the first Deathwing warrior open from groin to sternum. The Loyalist's armor shrieked as it parted. Entrails spilled out in a steaming rope, caught in the teeth of the siege claw. Arias stepped over his brother's falling body and struck with the chain fist. The duel lasted 30 heartbeats and destroyed the chamber. Thol fought like his legion. No flourish, no wasted strike. He forced Arias against consoles, used recoil, terrain, and the bodies underfoot. He jammed a gun muzzle beneath the Dark Angel's breastplate and fired until the bolts detonated inside the armor. Arias felt ribs break, one lung burst, secondary organs flood with pain suppressants and clotting agents. He did not fall. He hooked the chain fist behind Thol's knee and cut. The Iron Warrior's leg came away in a spray of black blood, fiber bundle, and powdered bone. Thol dropped, caught himself on his siege claw, and tried to bring the weapon up through Arias's throat. The Deathwing sergeant stamped on the claw, pinning it, then drove his fist through Thol's helm. The chain fist chewed until the warsmith's head became fragments inside the helmet. Arias stood over him, bleeding inside his armor. "Command spine taken," he voxed. The hulk shuddered as Dark Angel's melter charges began to gut its reactor decks. Across the void, The fleet pushed deeper. The cost grew. Ships burned. Bastions cracked. Demon engines were torn apart by lance fire, only to keep crawling through vacuum, dragging their own innards behind them in glittering trails. Chaos Knights on a hollow moon fired harpoons into a passing frigate and reeled it close enough for boarding claws. The frigate detonated its plasma core rather than be taken, vaporizing itself, 3 knights, and an entire trench citadel beneath them. Mortal armies were launched in boarding coffins by the 100,000, most dying before impact, some reaching loyalist hulls and drowning corridors in bodies until Astartes had to wade through ruptured flesh to reach the breach points. Then the first Iron Thorn fired, not tested, not adjusted, fired. The weapon was not aimed at the advancing fleet, it was aimed behind them. A loyalist moon named Carak hung at the edge of the system, a small garrison satellite that had survived the opening slaughter by distance and irrelevance. Refugee ships had fled toward it. Damaged, unforgiven escorts had used it as a navigational anchor. Its population had spent the battle beneath emergency prayers, watching the void burn and believing themselves beneath notice. The casket did not move. The anvil sun did not open. The choir did not sing. The shot came from the 9th Thorn. At first there was only a line across space, thin and dark, as though someone had drawn a blade through reality itself. The line touched Carulus. The moon folded inward, its crust split like a skull beneath a hammer. Mountains bent toward the wound. Cities slid sideways, then down, then into themselves. Atmosphere flashed white as it compressed. Oceans rose in globes and burst into crystals. The garrison fortress at the northern pole transmitted for 3 seconds after impact, long enough for every open channel in the fleet to hear men screaming as gravity reversed inside their bones. The moon's core gave way. The entire body collapsed into a knot of broken mass, glowing red at the seams, before tearing apart into a halo of molten stone and frozen dead. The fleet watched a world die in seconds. No one spoke on the bridge of the rock. Even the machines seemed quiet. The lion stared at the ruin of Carak. The reflected fire burned across his armor, across fealty's hilt, across the Emperor's shield. Azrael's voice was low. Which one? The lion did not answer immediately. In his mind, 10,000 years fell away. He saw a sealed vault beneath a starless keep. He saw sigils placed by his own command. He saw Perturabo's hand resting upon the weapon's casing, iron fingers still loyal then, or wearing loyalty well enough that even a brother could mistake it for truth. He remembered the warnings. He remembered the name given to the firing pattern by the dead engineers who had begged the First Legion never to wake it. The lion's jaw tightened. "The 9th Thorn," he said. Belial's reply came through static and blood. "You are certain?" "I was there when it was sealed." The anvil sun hung in the corpse of a murdered star. Once, the star at the edge of Vordrast had burned with honest fusion, pale and cold, giving weak light to mining moons and pilgrim routes. Now it was dead by engineering rather than age. Its outer layers had been flensed away centuries before, its heart chained in gravitic shackles, its last plasma convulsions trapped inside a cage of black iron and impossible mathematics. The stellar corpse did not shine, it bled. Around that chained heart, Perturabo had built a fortress. It opened as the dark angels approached. From the void, the structure resembled a flower, only in the way a blade resembled a feather. Kilometer-thick iron petals unfolded from around the dead star, each petal a layered continent of armor, cannon rails, missile silos, plasma reservoirs, void shield shrines, and fortress trenches cut into adamantium. Every surface carried gun lines. Every gun line carried more gun lines beneath it. Bastions rose from the petals like black thorns, their towers banded in hazard stripes and crowned with skull-faced rangefinders. Between them, orbital tracks carried siege engines the size of cathedrals, each one crawling on mag-locked treads along the curvature of the petals. The dead star throbbed inside its cage. Each pulse filled the void with red light. The anvil sun was not aimed at a world now. It was turned upon the advancing fleet, its petals aligning, its chained plasma heart drawn tight by machinery, old enough to make the Mechanicus weep oil. If it fired at full strength, the rock would survive perhaps one direct strike. Perhaps. The vessels around it would not. The unforgiven armada would become a field of molten wreckage, and the crown of thorns would continue to grind the Emperor's worlds into ash. The Lion understood this before the first tactical rune finished forming. "Target the outer petals," Azrael ordered across the fleet command vox. The Lion stood beside him in the strategium, helm beneath one arm, gaze fixed on the red wound of the anvil sun. "No." Azrael turned. "My lord?" "The petals are bait. Perturabo armored them to invite bombardment. We would spend hours cutting through what he built to be cut. Then the heart. The heart is shielded by the petals and fed by the star." Belial's voice came through the command channel from the teleportarium. "Then there is only the interior." The Lion looked toward the distant glow. "Yes." No one argued. Argument belonged to those who believed command was a discussion. Among the sons of the first, the Primarch's will passed through the fleet like a blade drawn across a whetstone. The rock advanced under fire. The anvil sun's petal batteries spoke in overlapping thunder, each discharge bright enough to paint the void white. Macro shells hammered against the outer fleet. Lance beams carved through escort squadrons. Plasma bolts moved like miniature suns, striking shields and blossoming into storms of boiling light. A strike cruiser of the Angels of Vengeance took 3 direct hits across its dorsal spine. Its armor buckled, its gun decks vented, and hundreds of serfs streamed into space as burning shapes. The ship did not break formation. It turned its ruined flank toward the anvil sun and fired until a 4th plasma bolt cored it from bow to stern. On the rock, the deaths registered as icons extinguishing. The Lion did not look away. "Teleport lock," said a robed serf from below the command dais, his voice dry with terror. "Interior signal partial, shield interference severe, arrival integrity uncertain." "Uncertain is not failure," said the Lion. The serf bowed so sharply, his forehead struck the edge of his console. Blood ran down his nose. "As you command, Lord." Belial waited in the teleportarium with the Deathwing Knights. They stood in a circle of bone-white plate, maces and blades held upright, storm shields locked to their arms, robes hanging in heavy folds over armor scarred by wars, older than many Imperial saints. Incense curled through the chamber. Tech Marines chanted over the teleport engines. The air tasted of copper, ozone, and old prayers. Around the central platform, chapter serfs knelt with their hands over their ears, already bleeding from the pressure building in the machines. The Lion entered without ceremony. Every warrior knelt. "Rise," he said. They rose. Belial inclined his head. "The inner vault will be saturated with radiation, demonic interference, automated defenses, and Iron Warriors' elite formations." "Good," said the Lion. "Then Perturabo has placed something there he fears to lose." A Deathwing Knight spoke through his helm grill, voice solemn. "By your side, Lord, unto death." The Lion placed his helm upon his head. The green lenses lit like cold forest fire. "Death is not the objective." The teleportarium howled. Reality split. The Lion arrived inside the anvil sun, with fealty already moving. He materialized within a vault of black iron and stellar flame, standing knee-deep in molten coolant and blood. Around him, Deathwing Knights slammed into existence with thunderclap displacement, some upright, some staggering. One arriving fused into a support column from shoulder to hip. The fused warrior lived for 3 seconds. His helm turned toward the Lion as his armor screamed. Flesh and ceramite mingled into the wall by teleport misalignment. Then a defensive turret unfolded from the ceiling and reduced his head to red mist and bone fragments. The Lion crossed the chamber before the turret completed its firing cycle. Fealty cut once. The turret fell in halves, sparking, its machine spirit shrieking into silence. Iron warriors waited beyond the first gate. They had waited for centuries. Their armor was blackened iron, edged with brass, skull helms striped with yellow, their pauldrons marked by siege tallies, and the names of fortresses broken across the long war. These were not mortal sentries. They were terminators of the 4th Legion, veterans swollen with bionics, resentment, and warp infection. Some bore cyclone racks and chain fists. Others carried hammers with heads shaped like fortress blocks. One had no visible head, only a cluster of lenses and gun barrels rising from his torso. Possession twitched through them in restrained spasms, demons bound into armor joints and weapon housings, hatred wearing discipline like a mask. Their champion spoke as the gate opened. "Lion!" The word carried neither surprise nor awe. The Primarch advanced. The Iron Warriors fired. Bolter shells, plasma streams, Volkite beams, and demon-forged missiles filled the corridor. The Lion was already moving before they had finished deciding to kill him. He crossed the killing space with impossible speed, too massive to be swift by mortal reckoning, and too swift to be understood by men who trusted mortal reckoning. His shield took the first plasma blast. The Emperor's shield shone with captured force, its surface flaring gold-white, and hurled the attack back upon its maker. The Iron Warrior who fired it vanished in a sphere of reflected heat, armor bursting outward as his organs flash-boiled inside him. Fealty struck the next. The blade entered beneath a Terminator's gorget and came out through the spine. The Lion twisted, tore the sword free, and used the corpse as a shield against a missile salvo. Detonations shredded the dead traitor into a wet storm. Ceramite fragments, gene-enhanced meat, black blood, and pieces of cooked brain spattered the walls. The Lion was through the gore before it finished falling. A possessed Terminator swung a siege hammer with enough force to crush a Land Raider's prow. The Lion stepped inside the ark, not away from it. His shoulder struck the warrior's chest. The impact caved the traitor's breastplate inward. Fealty rose, bit through the helm, and split the skull within. The demon inside shrieked as the Emperor's shield slammed into the corpse, detonating stored force backward through the armor. The Iron Warrior flew across the chamber and hit the wall so hard that his limbs burst from their sockets, black blood painting an 8-pointed smear across the iron. Belial and the Deathwing crashed into the line behind him. The chamber became suffocating slaughter. Storm bolters barked at arm's length. Chain fists screamed through plate and bone. Thunder hammers struck shields, helms, knees, torsos, and weapon arms, each impact turning armor into crumpled metal and the warrior inside into ruptured matter. Iron Warriors fought without panic. They braced, countered, withdrew by measured steps, transformed every corridor into a lesson in attrition. A Deathwing Knight took a chain fist through the abdomen, the blade grinding through his armor and out through his back in a flood of blood and shredded viscera. He locked his own gauntlets around the Iron Warrior's helm and crushed until the skull inside collapsed with a dull crackle. Another knight was caught by a gravitic shear. The field passed through him invisibly. For one heartbeat, he remained whole. Then his upper body slid away from his lower body as though cut by a god's razor. Blood sprayed the ceiling. His torso hit the deck, still trying to raise his mace. His legs stood for another moment before collapsing into the molten coolant. "Advance," Belial voxed. No lament followed the order. The dead had known the terms of service. Far away, within the infinite citadel, Perturabo watched. The battle unfolded across a dozen holospheres, each one suspended above his war table in surgical clarity. He saw the Lion move through his elite formations. He saw the angle of every strike, the delay between threat recognition and response, the micro-adjustments of shield, blade, footwork, and kill priority. He saw his own warriors die and did not mourn them. They had been placed there to answer questions. How quickly did the Lion adapt to possessed armor? faster than projected. Would he preserve his sons when offered alternate routes? Only when preservation did not compromise tempo. Would the sight of First Legion heraldry defiled within the anvil sun alter aggression? Slight increase. Would enslaved Imperial psychers affect his decision matrix? Perturabo's fingers moved across the war table. Iron claws clicked against iron runes. "Prepare the sanctum feed," he said. A warpsmith bowed low, mechadendrites scraping the floor. "The psyker arrays may overload if exposed to direct combat." "They were dead when they were installed." "Yes, Lord." "Then spend them." Inside the anvil sun, the fortress tried to close around the lion. Bulkheads slammed down with guillotine force. One Deathwing knight was caught beneath a descending gate, his terminator plate holding for a fraction of a second before the pressure won. He was crushed flat from shoulders to hips, armor rupturing, blood and organ matter squeezing from the seals. His helm vox emitted a burst of static that might have been a prayer or a curse. Then the gate sealed and cut him in two. Sun-hot plasma leaked from cracked conduits where the star heart pulsed beyond the walls. The leaks were not streams, but storms, jets of white fire that incinerated anything they touched. An Iron Warrior squad lured 3 knights into one such discharge. The first vanished instantly, armor and flesh rendered into glowing vapor. The second fell burning, his bones visible through ruptured plate before even those blackened and cracked. The third kept walking long enough to fire his stormbolter into the traitors that had baited him, killing 2 before collapsing as a charred statue. The lion passed through the killing architecture as though he had been born inside it, not untouched. His armor bore scores now. One pauldron was cracked. Blood ran beneath his gorget, where a shard of demon iron had found a seam. His cloak burned at the edges, yet every wound taught him the fortress. Every trap revealed its author. Every narrowing passage, every crossfire, every pressure gate, every false refuge carried the taste of Perturabo's mind. "There," the lion said. Belial turned amid the fighting. "My lord, the path he wishes us not to take." It was a maintenance throat beneath the primary conduit, too narrow for Terminator formations, shielded by radiation, defended by murder servitors welded into the walls. The sensible route was the grand axis ahead, a corridor wide enough for squads, leading toward the control sanctum through layered gates. The lion did not take the sensible route. He ripped the throat open with fealty and entered first. The darkness inside was alive with blades. Murder servitors unfolded from the walls, their faces stitched shut, their arms replaced by saws, injectors, melters, and hooked clamps. They came in twitching waves, driven by pain engines and scrap code. The lion butchered them without slowing. Fealty moved like judgment. Heads fell. Augmetic limbs spun away. Bodies opened from throat to groin, spilling wires, organs, embalming fluids, and black lubricant. One servitor clamped onto his sword arm and drove a drill toward his elbow joint. The lion smashed it against the wall with his shield until it became paste around its own machinery. The passage widened abruptly into the control sanctum. For the first time since boarding the anvil sun, the lion stopped. The sanctum was cathedral vast, built around a transparent core through which the chained plasma heart of the dead star could be seen convulsing in its iron cage. Gantries crossed the void. Consoles lined the walls. Dark Mechanicum adepts hung from ceiling tracks, their bodies fused into data engines, their mouths moving in Binharic hymns. But they were not the masters of the weapon. The Psychers were. Thousands of them filled the sanctum in rising tiers. Imperial Psychers, most still wearing the remnants of sanction collars, prison robes, guard uniforms, Scholastica brands, and astropathic scars. They had been nailed into iron thrones. Nails through wrists, ankles, shoulders, throats. Their skulls were open. Their brains had been drawn out in glistening strands and stretched into targeting arrays, nerve tissue suspended in amniotic fluid and threaded through silver wires. Their eyes had been replaced by lenses pointed toward the Starheart. Their mouths were locked open by metal frames, and through them came a single continuous scream shaped into mathematics. They were alive, not whole, not sane, not anything that should have been called life, but alive. The Deathwing emerged behind the lion, weapons ready, then stilled. Belial's voice was very low. "By the throne." The Psykers screamed louder as the anvil sun began to align. Their stretched brains pulsed. Targeting runes ignited across the sanctum walls. The chained Starheart contracted, drawing power inward. Beyond the fortress, the fleet bled beneath the petals, and the anvil sun prepared to open its eye. A voice entered the chamber, through every vox grill and every screaming mouth. Perturabo. "Do you recognize necessity, brother?" The lion looked up slowly. The Lord of Iron's voice was calm, intimate, and vast. "I improved the interface. The original systems were elegant but sentimental. Human cognition, when properly exposed to suffering, anticipates survival vectors with admirable speed. These wretches see your fleet. They feel its fear. They chart its death. Useful, are they not?" Belial raised his hammer. "Give the word." The lion said nothing. The Psykers screamed. Some saw him. Some tried to beg, though the frames in their mouths turned words into wet clicking. One strained so hard against his nails that his hands tore down the middle. Another burst a vessel in his exposed brain, spraying pink mist across the lens before a servo arm wiped it clean. Perturabo spoke again. "Will you save them? Will you preserve the weapon? Will you prove that your honor is stronger than time?" The lion lifted fealty. "No." He did not say it with anger. He said it as sentence. The dark angels opened fire. Storm bolters tore through the first tier of thrones. Psykers came apart under mass reactive shells, skulls bursting, brains splashing across iron, bodies jerking against their nails as death finally found them. Plasma fire washed the second tier in blue-white fury. Flesh became ash. Nerve arrays snapped like harp strings. Dark Mechanicum adepts shrieked in Binharik as Belial and his knights charged the central control pillars, hammer blows shattering consoles, skull engines, and screaming relay shrines. The lion went for the heart controls. Possessed iron warriors emerged from hidden alcoves, the last guard, their armor swollen with demonic muscle. They threw themselves at him in silence. He met them without mercy. The first lost both arms before it could strike. The second had its chest opened from hip to throat. The third drove a claw into the lion's side, punching through armor and drawing Primarch blood in a dark spill. The lion seized the traitor by the helm and brought the Emperor's shield against its face. Reflected force detonated through the warrior's skull. The helm burst outward, spraying brain matter, warp fire, teeth, and fragments of horn across the console bank. The Starheart reached firing pressure. The chamber shook itself apart. The lion drove fealty into the primary control altar. The blade pierced iron, circuitry, demon flesh, and oath metal older than the Imperium. With his other hand, he raised the Emperor's shield against the feedback storm. Light filled the sanctum. The screams of the Psykers became one final note, not of pain now, but release, as every remaining throne overloaded at once. Thousands died in a breath. The anvil sun opened its eye upon itself. From the void, the fortress flower convulsed, its petals twisted inward. Gun lines misaligned and fired into one another. Plasma reservoirs ruptured across the surface in chains of white fire. The dead star's chained heart denied its firing path, recoiled against its own shackles. Iron petals kilometers thick, bent like wax before a furnace. Bastions were torn from their roots and hurled into space. Iron warriors, who had waited centuries for the assault, died in moments, smashed beneath their own guns, burned inside sealed armor, or dragged screaming into stellar fire as gravity failed. The rock's shields flared against the dying light. Across the fleet, damaged vessels turned away as the anvil sun collapsed. Its core imploded first, then burst outward through the broken cage in a storm of plasma and black iron. The explosion did not resemble a star being born. It resembled a weapon being punished for existing. Inside the failing sanctum, teleport beacons screamed for lock. Belial dragged one wounded knight toward the extraction rune. Another knight carried the broken body of a brother whose legs were gone and whose armor was full of boiling blood. The lion stood amid ash, melted iron, and the remains of the Psyker thrones, his blade smoking in his hand. Perturabo's voice whispered through the collapsing Starforge. 1 thorn removed, 8 remain. You are slower than I calculated. The teleport flare took the lion before the sanctum became fire. Warsmith Drekar Vol did not watch the anvil sun die with sorrow. Sorrow was a luxury for cultures that still believed the universe owed them meaning. The Iron Warriors had burned that delusion from themselves before the Long War had a name. They did not grieve fallen fortresses. They measured the price of their collapse, entered the deficit into the ledger of war, and made the next wall thicker. Drekar stood upon the command parapet of trench-world Carak's Tertius, looking up through a sky made from armor glass, void shields, ash, and distant fire. The death of the anvil sun painted the heavens white for several breaths, then red, then black. Fragments of stellar forge and fortress petal rained through the upper atmosphere in molten chains. Some struck the shield skin and burst into harmless brilliance. Others punched through weaker fields and came down upon the trenches as burning mountains. Men died beneath them by the 100,000. Drekar did not turn his head. A continent away, one of the falling petals struck Labor Basin Kordax and erased 60 million slaves, 8 ammunition manufactoria, 3 corpse rendering plants, and a reserve artillery park that Drekar had marked as redundant after the first loyalist approach. The loss appeared on the hololithic slate beside him as red script. Acceptable. A younger Iron Warrior might have cursed. A weaker one might have blamed the Dark Angels or the Primarch whose hand had struck the Anvil Sun's heart. Drekar Vol did neither. Blame was smoke. Calculation was iron. The Anvil Sun had fulfilled part of its purpose. It had drawn the lion into a corridor of choice. It had bled the Deathwing. It had measured the returned Primarch's tempo. It had taken ships, warriors, munitions, and time from the unforgiven advance. A weapon could die and still be useful if its death revealed the enemy's shape. That was the difference between iron and faith. Faith demanded survival. Iron accepted expenditure. Drekar turned from the burning sky and descended into the command trench. The trench was not cut into earth. It was carved through layers of compacted corpses, ferrocrete, black iron, and petrified bone. The upper walls were lined with gun nests, sensor shrines, artillery lifts, and punishment hooks from which failed overseers hung in pieces. The lower levels pulsed with the labor of billions. Shell elevators rose from the depths, each platform dragged by chain gangs whose spines had been fitted with iron rings. Mutants with swollen shoulders and stitched mouths hauled ammunition crates larger than tanks. Corrupted Skitarii stalked beside them, galvanic rifles crackling, their red robes marked over with hazard stripes and blasphemous Binharic script. Everywhere there was sound, grinding treads, chanting engines, screaming slaves, loading sirens, hammering guns, the wet slap of meat being processed in the corpse pits, the shriek of saws where men too injured for labor were cut into ration slurry, bone meal, ammunition wadding, and devotional grease for demon engines. Drekar found the sound comforting. It was productivity. His lieutenants waited inside the war chamber, beneath Bastion Vol, a chamber shaped like a shell impact crater and roofed in overlapping armor plates. Maps of the inner trench worlds glowed in red and amber across the central table. Carak's Tertius, Carak's Null, Vordrast's broken moons, the 7th orbital ring, the intact Thorns, the loyalist vectors, the probable approach routes, the acceptable slaughter zones. There were 12 iron warriors in the chamber, each one a lord of walls, guns, trenches, mines, and hatred. Their armor bore the scars of sieges fought across 10,000 years. Some had replaced their faces with augmetic masks. Some wore helms permanently fused to their skulls. One carried the banner of a fortress world he had broken so completely that its name had become an insult among his grand company. None knelt when Drekar entered. Iron warriors did not kneel to one another. They endured each other. Warsmith Malgorn broke the silence first. "The First Legion has momentum." Drekar looked at him. "Momentum is not victory. It becomes victory when mismanaged. Then do not mismanage it." Malgorn's mouth tightened. His lower jaw was augmetic, a blunt iron plate that clicked when he suppressed anger. "You speak as though this is a trench raid. The lion walks with them." Drekar removed one gauntlet and laid it on the table. His bare hand was pale, scarred, and ugly with old burns. "The lion bleeds. His sons die. His fleet breaks under shells. His presence alters morale and command response, not the mass of armor or the velocity of ordnance. He is a Primarch, not a law of physics." The chamber fell colder. A voice came from the far wall, where a captive colonel hung wired into a predictive engine. The man's skull had been opened. Glass tubes pulsed with the fluid draining from his brain. His eyes rolled white as calculation seized him. "Correction," the corpse engine whispered through a grill bolted into his mouth. "Primarch-level entities alter tactical probability beyond conventional mass and velocity models." Drekar picked up his gauntlet, crossed the chamber, and crushed the colonel's head against the engine housing. Bone cracked. Grey matter burst through the tubes. The machine squealed in offended Binharik. "Noted," Drekar said. He returned to the table. Heroism, in Drekar's judgment, was defective arithmetic. It produced sudden charges, unnecessary duels, banners held aloft under artillery fire, last stands in indefensible positions, and corpses arranged for the comfort of poets. It had cost the Loyalists millions upon millions across the Vordrast system. It had also cost the traitor legions, when fools mistook spite for strategy. The Iron Warriors were not immune to folly. No legion was. But Drekar had survived because he had learned to hate anything that made a warrior desire to be seen. Victory did not require beauty. A fortress did not care who sang beneath its guns. The war chamber lights failed. Every lumen strip died at once. The hololith collapsed into red sparks. In the darkness, the iron walls groaned, not from pressure or impact, but from submission. Bolts twisted in their housings. Gun racks shuddered. Chains hanging from the ceiling tightened until links snapped. Machine spirits buried deep in the Bastion's command systems screamed in binary, each shriek pouring from vox grills, cogitator banks, servo skulls, weapon spirits, and the throat speakers of corrupted Skitari. The weak mortals died immediately. 13 human scribes collapsed at their stations, blood spraying from their ears and nostrils as their brains cooked inside their skulls. A slave adjutant tried to claw out his own eyes before an iron warrior's boot pulped his head against the floor. 2 gun servitors split open along their spinal welds, meat and cabling spilling down their restraint thrones. The Iron Warriors stood. Some lowered their heads. Drekar did not kneel, but he bowed. Perturabo entered. No gate opened for him. No teleport flare announced him. He was simply there, standing where the war table had been, and the room had to become larger in order to contain him. The demon Primarch of the Iron Warriors filled the chamber like a fortress given hatred and will. His armor was black iron layered in siege plates, every surface scarred, inscribed, reinforced, and weaponized. Servo limbs rose from his back in a crown of articulated cruelty. Some ended in cannons, others in blades, manipulators, drills, and data spikes that clicked in thought. His presence bent the iron around him. Wall plates warped inward, Chains trembled toward him, as if seeking permission to remain metal. His face was the worst part. It was still Perturabo, not a beast, not a roaring altar of mutation, not a demon pretending to be a Primarch. It was the Lord of Iron, ascended into the logic of his own bitterness. His eyes held furnace light, but the mind behind them was cold. Every Iron warrior in the chamber felt the same pressure. Not worship. Worship was for word-bearers and other failures of discipline. This was recognition. The wall had entered the room. "Iron within," Perturabo said. The words crushed the air. "Iron without," the warsmiths answered. The demon Primarch looked upon them. Several mortal attendants hidden inside alcoves died from being seen. Their hearts stopped, their skin greyed. One slid down the wall, leaving a red trail from a mouth stretched too wide for any human scream. Perturabo ignored them. "The anvil sun is destroyed." Malgorn bowed his head. "The lion paid for it, Lord." Perturabo's gaze moved to him. "Did he?" Malgorn said nothing. "The weapon gave me measurements," Perturabo continued. "Reaction speed, casualty tolerance, shield response, strike preference, residual sentiment, acceptable expenditure. It died usefully. That is more than most warriors achieve." Drekar looked at the dead hololith table, which began to reassemble itself beneath Perturabo's will. Red light rose again, sharper now, lines crawling across the air in impossible angles. "The First Legion presses toward the inner rings," Drekar said. "They avoid the deeper bait by appearing to take the obvious routes. Their deception is disciplined." Perturabo's expression did not change. "Of course it is." He was always more patient than his reputation allowed. Their fast formations probed the 7th orbital ring, Ravenwing signatures, ghost trails and false heat among them. Then feed them a weakness. Drekar felt the shape of the command before the details arrived. "A controlled fracture?" "A visible one, not too clean. The lion will not trust perfection. Samael will believe speed has found what caution could not." A warsmith with a helm of exposed skull iron gave a rasping laugh. "The hunters will chase." Drekar's eyes remained on the map. "The corridor will need gravitic anchors along the corpse belt. If we overcharge the mines, they will detect the mass distortion." Perturabo's servo limbs shifted. "Use underfed charges. Hide the true yield in the demon artillery." "Collateral loss?" "Define collateral." Drekar allowed himself a thin smile. "The slave flotilla stationed near the 7th ring, the outer corpse barges, 3 mortal armies in transit, 2 corrupted night lances if they are too slow." "They are not collateral," said Perturabo. "They are material." The hololith expanded. It no longer showed only Vordrast. It showed a crawling line of fortresses, engine moons, chained worlds, mobile bastions, and iron thorns advancing through the stars over the scale of centuries. The crown of thorns was not fixed. It was a prototype, a moving siege front, a war machine large enough to drag the logic of the trench across subsectors, grinding system after system beneath its guns, until even Terra became not a throne world, not a shrine, not a myth, but a target with walls of measurable thickness. Perturabo watched his warsmiths see it. "There are fools who believe this system exists to destroy worlds," he said. "Any warlord can destroy a world. Any admiral with a cyclonic payload can burn a sphere clean. Destruction is simple. Siegecraft is the art of making inevitability." Mobile. The map crawled toward the segmentum solar. The crown will move, slowly, correctly. It will build roads out of conquered moons. It will turn every captured forge into ammunition, every corpse into labor, every slave into calculation. Every fortress that resists will become part of the next fortress. We will not rush Terra. We will approach it over centuries if centuries are required. By the time the throne world sees us, every star behind us will already be a gun. Silence filled the chamber. Even the Iron Warriors, who despised awe as weakness, felt the weight of it. Drekar looked upon the line crawling toward Terra and understood the scale of his Primarch's hatred. This was not Abaddon's spear thrust through a bleeding galaxy. This was not a raid, not a crusade, not a tantrum of demons howling for skulls and souls. This was a wall marching across history. Perturabo's gaze lowered to the icons of the remaining Thorns. The lion gave me the first keys because he believed secrecy was strength. He thought hidden weapons remained pure because they were hidden. He thought trust could bind what iron should have bound. A slow contempt entered his voice. I kept his gift because it amused me. A warpsmith let out a wet binary chuckle and died when one of Perturabo's servo limbs passed through his chest without warning. The body slid from the blade, organs spilling across the deck. Perturabo did not look at the corpse. Amusement is not indulgence, he said. Do not imitate what you do not understand. No one moved. The First Legion trusted shadows, Perturabo continued. I trusted walls. I trusted guns. I trusted inevitability. 10,000 years have not improved his judgment. He still believes that a blade can answer a fortress. Drekar bowed again. Then we teach him the cost of running at walls. Begin with the Raven Wing. The 7th orbital ring had been wounded by design. Its shield pylons flickered in visible distress. One bastion listed from its gravitic anchors, venting atmosphere and burning crew into space. Several macro batteries stood silent, their gun mouths black and cracked, as if damaged by loyalist lance fire. A corridor opened through the debris field beyond it, narrow, jagged, and inviting to warriors who believed speed could become a key. Samael saw the weakness and distrusted it. That was why it was beautiful. If the breach had been clean, he would have passed it by. If it had been hidden, he would have assumed a trap beneath a trap. But it was ugly, costly, plausible. The residue of Dark Angel's bombardment marked the outer plate. Dead iron warriors drifted near the broken bastion, their armor tumbling in vacuum. Slave barges burned in uncontrolled spirals. Mines detonated prematurely where debris struck them, suggesting a defense network under strain. Ravenwing formations gathered in the dark. Black bikes clung to the hulls of escort craft, waiting for launch. Land speeders hung in the launch void with engines snarling. Dark Talons and Nephilim fighters banked through wreckage fields, their profiles swallowed by shadow and sensor ghosts. To mortal eyes, the corridor was suicide. To the Ravenwing, it was a road through the teeth. Samael rode at the spear tip. His jet bike screamed from the launch bay into open void, its engine wake a blade of blue-white fury. Around him, the Ravenwing followed, not as a mob, not as a charge of glory-drunk warriors, but as a hunting pattern written in speed. They wove through corpse clouds and tumbling armor plates. They passed between torpedoes still burning toward the fleet. They cut through the remains of a shattered strike cruiser, bikes tilting sideways between ribs of broken deck plating, speeders rolling through gaps that closed behind them as debris collided. For a moment, they were untouchable. Iron warriors' flak opened from the visible bastions and missed by fractions. The Ravenwing were already elsewhere. Missiles tracked heat ghosts and exploded among frozen bodies. Lance beams cut through empty space where black craft had been heartbeats before. Samael accelerated through a veil of pulverized bone and ceramite, his sensors drowning in static, his instincts sharper than auger returns. Maintain spread, he voxed. No pursuit beyond marked depth. Kill the eyes first. Ravenwing talons struck the damaged pylons. Plasma fire opened shield nodes. Melter beams cut. Through sensor towers, a land speeder squadron skimmed along the underside of a bastion and emptied missiles into its exposed command deck. The explosion blew iron warriors and slave crew into space, bodies spinning in a cloud of frozen blood. Then space became a trench. The grav mines woke without light. They did not explode outward. They pulled. The corridor twisted around the Ravenwing formations as invisible anchors seized mass, velocity, and direction. Bikes bucked as their engines fought sudden gravity wells. Land speeders slammed sideways into debris they had already avoided. Escort craft at the rear of the thrust were dragged nose first into mine clusters, their prows folding before the warheads detonated. The explosions came not as fire alone, but as pressure, shrapnel, warped teeth, and iron fragments that screamed with bound demons. The silent batteries opened next. They had never been dead. Panels along the seventh ring peeled back, revealing gun mouths layered beneath false damage. Demon artillery howled from behind the broken bastion. Shells filled the corridor. Flak storms became walls. Warp shrapnel tore through void shields as if hunting the meat behind them. A Raven-wing bike ahead of Samael took a direct hit and became a smear of black armor, blood crystals, and spinning engine parts. A speeder rolled under a shell, survived the blast, then disintegrated as gravitic force flattened it into a sheet of burning metal with the crew still inside. "Break formation," Samael ordered. "Scatter by wing. Scatter now." Some obeyed. Many could not. The corridor had become geometry designed by Perturabo. Every escape vector intersected with a kill zone. Every gap closed under fire. Every acceleration path had been measured before the Raven wing entered it. Dark talons were shredded wing from wing, their pilots dying in silence as cockpits burst and bodies came apart in pressureless fire. Black Knights drove through the storm, plasma talons firing until overloaded coils turned their own hands and forearms into white ash. Speeders rammed gun emplacements when escape failed, dying as weapons because survival had become irrelevant. A Chaos Knight lance emerged from a concealed dock, harpoons and thermal cannons blazing. The Knights moved too slowly for true pursuit, but the trap did not require pursuit. It required obstruction. Their chain weapons tore through crippled escorts. One Knight caught a Raven-wing speeder in its fist and closed its claws, squeezing until men, armor, fuel, and ammunition burst between its fingers in a red and orange spray. Samael passed beneath the Knight's arm and fired into the joint. The plasma shot burned through cabling and demon-bound muscle. The Knight staggered, its pilot shrieking through open vox as corrupted feedback ate his nervous system. Samael did not watch it fall. Instinct turned him left before his instruments warned him. A grav shell passed where his head had been and struck 3 bikes behind him. They folded into themselves. Riders, machines, armor, and weapons compressed into spheres of meat and metal, no larger than ammunition crates, before bursting apart from internal pressure. Samael's bike screamed warning canticles. His display became a storm of death markers. Thousands of Raven-wing icons vanished in clusters. Escorts died around the breach. A frigate tried to force itself into the corridor to shield the survivors and was cut open by hidden lance towers. Its atmosphere vented in a silver plume filled with crew, burning parchment, and chunks of men still strapped into their stations. "Lord Samael," came a voice through static. "We are losing cohesion." Samael saw the central demon artillery bastion through the storm. He saw its fire pattern. He saw the path that would kill him, and perhaps silence it for a breath. He also saw the Lion's order beneath all orders. Mark every gun. "Transmit fire origins to the rock," he said. "All wings, mark and break. Do not die ignorant." He banked through a curtain of flak, close enough for fragments to scrape sparks from his armor. His wingmen died around him. One lost his lower body and remained locked to his bike as it spiraled away, blood freezing in a trail behind him. Another deliberately struck a mine cluster to clear Samael's path, vanishing in a blossom of black force. Samael flew through the gap before it finished killing him. The Raven wing escaped in fragments, not defeated in spirit, not broken in discipline, but torn, mauled, reduced. Their attack run had become a slaughter corridor. Thousands were gone, along with escorts, aircraft, speeders, pilots, bikes, relic machines, and warriors whose names would be intoned in sealed chapels without public honor. The seventh ring still burned in places, but it stood. The false weakness had held long enough to become a wound in the unforgiven. Within the infinite citadel, Perturabo watched the casualty stream settle. Drekar Vol stood beneath his Primarch's shadow, reading the same returns. "Samael lives," Drekar said. Perturabo did not seem displeased. "Of course. You expected him to escape. I expected him to survive once the trap became obvious. He is skilled. Skill does not invalidate loss." Drekar looked at the marked gun positions now streaming toward the Dark Angel's fleet. They mapped the batteries. Perturabo's iron fingers flexed once. Yes. Drekar understood then, and hated the elegance of it. The Raven Wing had survived with knowledge. Perturabo had allowed knowledge to survive because knowledge could compel action. The Lion would answer the guns. He would have to. Honor, command necessity, and tactical prudence would all point in the same direction, and a direction could be mined. On the rock, the casualty reports reached the Lion. The strategium dimmed as icons died across the hololith. Raven Wing formations reduced to tatters. Escort squadrons gone. Aircraft lost. Speeder wings annihilated. The seventh ring still active. The guns that had fired were now marked, each one glowing red in the tactical projection like a fresh wound. Azrael stood in silence. Belial's helm turned toward the Lion. Ezekiel closed his remaining eye for a moment, hearing the echo of the dead moving through the warp like sparks swallowed by rain. Samael's voice came through at last, degraded by static and pain. "My lord, surviving elements withdrawing to secondary vectors. Enemy batteries marked. Trap confirmed. Losses severe." The Lion looked at the red marks. He did not flinch. Not because he did not value the dead. Not because he had failed to understand the cost. He had understood before the order was given. The dead were not numbers to him, but neither were they excuses. They had entered the corridor as sons of the First Legion. They had died turning enemy deceit into coordinates. The Lion spoke into the command channel. No retreat. A pause answered him. Static. Breathing. The distant groan of damaged ships. Samael's voice returned. "My lord, survivors will not withdraw beyond engagement shadow. They will mark every gun that fired, every mine anchor, every false hull, every demon battery, every night dock, every hidden lance tower. You will give me the shape of his contempt." And then? The Lion's gaze remained on the seventh ring. "Then I will answer each one personally." The Lion answered the guns of the seventh ring before he turned upon the choir. He did not answer them with fury. Fury wasted strength. He answered them with marked coordinates, controlled bombardment, boarding torpedoes, teleport strikes, and the cold repayment of every shot the Raven Wing had survived long enough to record. The hidden lance towers died first. Their armored faces split beneath the combined fire of 3 battle barges, and the men chained inside their command galleries were turned into steam, sparks, and blackened bones. The demon artillery batteries followed, not all at once, but in the order Samael had named them, through static and blood. Each gun that had fired into the Raven Wing corridor received a killing blow. Each mine anchor was cracked. Each false hull was exposed and gutted. Each night dock was flooded with plasma fire until its war machines staggered, burning from their berths, pilots screaming through vox channels as their thrones cooked them alive. The Lion watched it all without triumph. The seventh ring did not break. Perturabo had not built anything worth breaking easily. It bled, and that was enough. Through its bleeding, the unforgiven advanced. Then the choir began to sing. At first, it was not heard. It was felt. A vibration moved through the bones of the fleet. It trembled in teeth, in armor joints, in the screws of bolter casings, in the chains of relic blades, in the marrow of mortal serfs who had never seen the weapon and would die without understanding its name. Lumen globes burst along corridors aboard distant strike cruisers. Chalices of blessed oil rippled upon chapel altars. Servo skulls spun in place, their augmetic eyes cracking one after another. In the rock's lower decks, a bondsman reached up to touch the blood leaking from his ears and found that his fingertips came away with grey matter as well as red. The second note arrived through the warp. It was not sound as mortals understood sound. It crossed vacuum because vacuum meant nothing to the choir of ruin. It passed through void shields as though shields were lies told by younger machines. It touched hulls, armor, bone, thought, and memory. It made fortifications remember they were only stone. It made ceramite remember it could become dust. It made human skeletons remember the softness of the womb and long to be fluid again. Aboard the strike cruiser, Last Absolution, 300 mortal crewmen died in the same breath. Their organs ruptured without wound. Their ribs snapped inward. Their eyes burst in wet pops against the lenses of their rebreathers. Those nearest the ship's chapel fell to their knees, not in prayer, but because their spines had liquefied inside their bodies. The chaplain presiding over the deck strode through the dying, Crozius raised, roaring counter-litanies through his skull helm until the vox speakers cracked beneath the strain. On the rock, Ezekiel staggered, but did not fall. Blood ran from beneath his psychic hood. The runes along his armor flared and guttered. Around him, librarians slammed staves into the stone floor and began the counter-chant, deep voices threading through the pressure wave, each word a ward, each ward a nail driven into the screaming dark. The chaplains joined them. Their voices were harsher, less subtle, made from faith, wrath, and command. Skull helms turned toward the choir's distant shape. Crozius heads burned with caged energy. Interrogator chaplains spoke oaths of denial in Calibanite, High Gothic, and battle cant, older than the Imperium's public histories. The two orders advanced together down the rock's main strategium aisle, librarians bleeding from their noses, chaplains bleeding from their ears, neither group yielding a step as the choir's harmonics tried to peel the meaning from their flesh. Ahead of the fleet, the choir of ruin revealed itself. It had been built around a broken moon whose crust had been carved into resonator trenches. Upon that moon stood cathedral engines, not one structure but thousands, each one a tower of brass, black iron, demonic bone, and stretched membrane. Pipe organs rose from Titan spinal columns. Bell towers hung upside down from gravitic chains. Vox organs the size of hab blocks opened and closed like throats.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The entire array circled a central engine that dwarfed all others, a walking cathedral of brass and iron whose legs were fortress pillars and whose shoulders carried organ banks larger than city districts. The Dark Mechanicum crewed it in ecstasy and agony. Their priests had no human throats left. Those had been cut away and replaced with vox organs, fluted pipes, brass reeds, and wet resonator sacs that pulsed beneath translucent skin. Many were fused into the organs they served. Their rib cages opened and spread around keyboards of nerve wire. Some had been mounted inside Titan spinal columns, their skulls bolted along the vertebrae, their brains wired in series so that pain passed through them as melody. Their hands were gone, replaced with bundles of tuning hooks. Their tongues had become silver reeds. When they sang, they did so by bleeding. The central cathedral walker stepped forward. Each footfall crushed trenches full of slave troops, iron warriors' thralls, and corrupted Skitarii, who had been ordered to stand in its path so the engine might tune itself through their deaths. Their bodies burst beneath the weight. Blood shot up through the gaps in its iron toes, spraying the lower armor in red fans that vibrated into mist before gravity reclaimed them. From its chest opened a choir vault filled with bound demons, flayed psychers, and priest engines screaming in overlapping harmony. The hymn struck the advancing loyalists. Entire companies died before they fired. A line of dark angels crossing a trench approach beneath the shadow of a broken bastion simply came apart. Helm lenses burst inward, teeth shattered behind. Faceplates. Brains bled through noses, ears, and eye sockets. Some warriors fell with armor intact and skulls empty of coherent matter. Others suffered worse. The resonance found weak points in their plate, in their bones, in the sacred interface between armor and flesh. Ribs vibrated until they became splinters. Hearts tore loose from vascular anchors. Black carapace nodes ripped out through skin. Bolters detonated in gauntleted hands as their ammunition cooked from harmonic friction. A dreadnought of the Angels of Redemption marched into the note and roared. He had been ancient when worlds now venerated as holy were still ash. His sarcophagus was inscribed with battles from the scouring, his name sealed beneath purity wax and iron vows. The choir's hymn wrapped around him. The sarcophagus cracked. The amniotic tomb within split open. Ancient fluids poured out, steaming, and with them came the first wet pieces of the hero interred inside. He did not die in silence. His vox speakers amplified his rage until it became a countertone of its own, a broken, furious thunder that carried him 3 more steps forward. Then the sarcophagus burst. The dreadnought fell to one knee, claw raised, as the warrior within became pulp inside his coffin. The machine remained upright for another breath, as if refusing to acknowledge death, then toppled into the red mud of Carak's Null. The lion entered the field beneath the 3rd note. He came with the Deathwing remnants at his back, with chaplains to his left and librarians to his right, with Greenwing companies advancing through the ruptured trench lines behind him. The Emperor's shield was raised. Fealty rested in his hand. The note struck him and bent around him in visible distortion, dust and blood whipping backward as if from an unseen storm. His armor cracked at the edges. Blood ran from beneath his helm, dark against the green plate. He kept walking. The hymn intensified. It struck the shield and became light. It struck the ground around him and tore trenches into powder. Serfs in support lines behind him lost their skin in sheets, flesh peeling from muscle before the bones beneath shook apart. Mortal crewmen aboard distant ships died screaming at their stations, organs rupturing under armor and uniforms that showed no wound. Astartes fell to one knee, rose, fell again, and crawled forward because their Primarch walked and shame was stronger than pain. The lion did not look back. If they could follow, they would follow. If they could not, they would die as sons of war. The central cathedral walker turned its hymn upon him fully. The world blurred. Bastions on either side of the lion dissolved into vibrating dust. Tanks split along armor seams, crews inside becoming red vapor that jetted from vision slits. A squad of iron warriors too close to the firing axis died with their enemies, their skull helms shaking until their heads burst inside them. The choir did not distinguish loyalty from treason. Perturabo had not asked it to. Then iron rose from the ground ahead. It unfolded into the shape of a Primarch, not Perturabo in flesh, not yet. An avatar, projected through demon iron, warpcraft, machine hate, and the choir's resonance. The shape towered over mortal warriors, immense and armored, its edges flickering with static and furnace light. Its servo limbs moved with delayed precision. Its eyes burned like banked artillery fire. Around the avatar, the battlefield changed. Trenches shifted. Walls rose where there had been open killing ground. The approach narrowed into a funnel of black iron. Dead tanks dragged themselves together to form barricades. Gun emplacements rotated from beneath the mud. The ground obeyed Perturabo's projected will, not as magic alone, but as siegecraft forced through reality by a mind that had learned to hate physics until physics submitted. A Dark Angel's Predator tank tried to flank the new wall. Perturabo's avatar gestured. The tank flattened, not exploded, not crushed by a visible blow. Its armor compressed downward as though the sky had become a hammer. The crew inside became a single red stain forced through the lower seals. The engine block burst through the rear in a gout of flame. The wreck burned silently beneath the hymn. The lion stopped before the avatar. For the first time since Vordrast, the brothers faced one another. Perturabo's projected voice came through the choir, through the ground, through the teeth of every warrior still alive. "Still hiding behind shields, brother." The lion's reply was low, but every dark angel heard it. "Still hiding behind walls." The avatar's head inclined. "Walls endure, shields wait to be broken." "Then break it." Perturabo's iron face seemed almost amused. "You learned nothing. That was always your gift. The First Legion draped secrecy over pride and called it discipline. Hidden weapons, hidden sins, hidden failures. You gave me the Thorns because you wanted them used, but wanted clean hands when they fired." The lion's grip tightened upon fealty. The choir screamed against him. "You mistake trust for permission," he said. "I mistake nothing. You trusted me because you knew what I could do. You trusted me because every other brother flinched from necessary work, while I built victory from corpses and stone. Do not stand before me now wearing honor like a fresh cloak. It is threadbare. I can see the rot beneath it." The lion advanced one pace. The ground buckled beneath him. Iron walls leaned inward. The hymn became a weapon focused to a blade edge. His left pauldron split with a sharp crack. Blood ran from his mouth inside the helm and spilled through the grill in black drops. His hearts thundered. His bones vibrated. The pressure would have pulverized any lesser warrior. He walked another pace. Librarians behind him dropped to their knees, chanting until blood poured down their chins. One collapsed as his skull opened along the old surgical scars of psychic augmentation, brain matter cooking beneath the hood. The chaplain beside him did not pause. He stepped over the body, raised his crozius, and roared the next line of the counter-litany loud enough to break his own vox grill. The lion walked, his will pressed outward. It was not sorcery, not prayer, not the warp answering ambition. It was the pressure of a Primarch's existence made manifest through refusal. The hymn met him and found no surrender. The air before him shook. Dust fell backward. The trench walls on either side cracked away from his path. The Emperor's shield drank the force and shone so brightly that mortal eyes looking upon it burst in their sockets. Perturabo's avatar lifted both hands. The battlefield folded toward the lion. Tank traps, razor wire, wrecked hulls, broken artillery barrels, and slabs of ferrocrete rose and hurled themselves at him. Fealty cut through the first. The Emperor's shield took the rest. Impacts that would have buried a company crashed against the relic and returned outward in a golden detonation. Iron fragments reversed direction. A wall of debris smashed into the nearest iron warrior's line and killed them where they stood, bodies bursting inside armor, limbs sheared away, helms caved inward. The lion broke into a run. For something so vast, so armored, so mythic, his speed was obscene. He crossed the killing ground like a blade crossing a throat. The choir shifted, trying to follow. Its cathedral walker opened every vox organ at once. The note that emerged was not a note, but a command for matter to stop pretending it was solid. Companies died behind him. Dark angels, successor brethren, mortal slaves, traitor militia, corrupted Skitari, iron warriors' gun crews, all caught by the edge of the hymn and reduced to red slurry, grey powder, or twitching ruin. The mud became soup made from blood and bone dust. Men drowned in what had been their brothers moments before. The lion reached the cathedral walker's leg. Fealty struck. The blade bit through brass, iron, bound demon flesh, and resonator bone. The walker screamed, not through its choir vaults, but from somewhere deeper, where the machine spirit had been nailed to demons and forced to sing for 10,000 years. The lion struck again. A support pillar thicker than a fortress tower split. The walker staggered, one leg buckling, entire organ banks crashing down and crushing thousands of traitor troops beneath pipes, bells, screaming priests, and ruptured demon sacks. Perturabo's avatar appeared above him on a wall of rising iron. "You cannot silence it by cutting limbs. No," said the lion. "Only hearts." He leapt. The movement carried him from broken leg to armor rib to hanging chain, upward through falling brass and screaming steam. Iron warriors on maintenance gantries opened fire. He killed them without slowing. Bolts sparking from his armor, fealty taking heads, arms, torsos, and weapons in passing. One traitor lunged with a chain axe, shouting something bitter about late kings and dead forests. The lion struck him with the shield and threw him through an organ pipe. The pipe swallowed him to the waist, then the next note expelled him as a spray of armor fragments and liquefied meat. Inside the walker's chest, the heart engine waited. It was a cathedral within a cathedral, a core of brass ventricles, black iron ribs, demon-bound membranes, and living priests fused into a vast pipe organ made from titan spines. The priests' replaced throats pulsed in unison. Their bodies were welded into the keys. Their eyes had been removed and replaced with tuning forks that trembled as the final note gathered. Perturabo's avatar stood between the lion and the heart. Now the projection had weight. Its iron fist struck the lion hard enough to drive him through a ribbed wall and into a chamber of hanging bells. Bells shattered around him. Each broken bell released a scream stored from some murdered world. The lion rose beneath the chorus, blood streaming from his helm. Perturabo advanced. "You are weaker than the memory of you." The lion lifted the Emperor's shield. "And you are smaller than your walls." The avatar struck again. The shield caught the blow. For a heartbeat, the entire choir's hymn poured through Perturabo's projected fist into the Emperor's relic. The shield burned gold. The lion's boots sank into the iron floor. His armor split at the thigh, at the shoulder, at the collar. Blood ran freely now, down his arm, across the shield straps, onto the floor. The force built, trying to crush him backward, trying to turn his bones to dust and his organs to mist. He stepped forward. Perturabo's avatar flickered. The lion drove fealty through its chest. The blade did not kill Perturabo. There was no true flesh there to kill. But the avatar ruptured around the sword, demon iron collapsing, projected geometry failing, the Lord of Iron's image breaking into shards of black light. Through the collapsing projection, the lion saw the heart engine behind it. He drove fealty into the core. Then he raised the Emperor's shield. The choir released its final note. The shield caught it. The sound became light, then pressure, then judgment. It struck the Emperor's shield and returned upon itself, magnified by the heart it had tried to protect. Every pipe organ in the cathedral engine screamed backward. The dark Mechanicum priests fused into the system, convulsed as their own song poured into their bodies. Their vox throats exploded. Their chests burst open. Brains streamed from skull ports. Titan spinal columns cracked down their length, spraying nerve fluid and sparks. Bound demons shrieked as the note folded inward and began devouring the warp anchors that held them. The cathedral walker died standing. Then it died falling. Its chest blew outward in a storm of brass, bone, fire, and liquefied choir flesh. The shockwave rolled across Carak's Tertius and every connected trench line. Millions of traitor troops died where they stood. Iron warriors were thrown from battlements. Mortal armies became red fog. Demon engines reared back, their bound spirits shredded by the reflected hymn. Entire trench walls collapsed, burying artillery crews, slave legions, corrupted Skitari, and siege engines beneath mountains of vibrating dust. The moon of resonators cracked. Cathedral towers split apart, spilling priests and pipe organs into burning trenches. The choir of ruin, second of the great iron thorns to be silenced, screamed backward through the warp until its own name became a wound. The lion stood in the ruin of the heart engine, fealty buried to the hilt, the Emperor's shield smoking upon his arm. For a moment, there was silence. True silence. Not the silence of vacuum, not the silence after bombardment, the silence of a weapon that had believed itself eternal, discovering death. Then Perturabo laughed. The sound did not come from the dead avatar. It came from beneath the world, from the orbital chains, from the broken moon, from the hidden machinery of the crown itself. It rolled through the ground and up through the lion's bones. It was not joy, it was confirmation. Far below Carak's Tertius, deeper than the trenches, deeper than the ammunition vaults, deeper than the corpse furnaces and slave engines, something answered the choir's death. Ancient locks opened, buried gears turned. The crown of thorns began to wake a mechanism that had been waiting for the song to end. Carak's Null had no oceans left. Perturabo had drained them into reactor cisterns, coolant reservoirs, corpse rendering vats, and black reservoirs where demon engines drank before battle. What remained of the seabeds had been paved with bunkers. Their old abyssal plains were now artillery basins. Their continental shelves had become tank traps, large enough to swallow armored regiments whole. Where waves had once moved, minefields glittered beneath ash. Where sunlight had once struck water, macro batteries elevated their barrels toward the bleeding heavens. The world had been built for attrition, not fortified. Built. Its continents were layered like armor plates over a corpse. Trenches cut through trenches. Bunkers nested inside larger bunkers. Gun pits were buried beneath false roads, false hab blocks, false manufactoria, false shrines. Entire mountain ranges had been hollowed and filled with missile racks. The equatorial belt was girdled by walls made from compacted dead, millions of bodies rendered down under pressure until flesh, bone, armor, laser guns, teeth, ration tins, boots, and prayer medals had fused into reeking strata. Those walls steamed where they cracked. Fat ran from them in yellow rivulets when the guns warmed. There were corpse-rendering pits in every lowland, vast circular mouths lined with grinders, hooks, and furnace vents. The dead of both sides were dragged into them by chain gangs and clawed servitors, reduced to grease, slurry, fertilizer, ration matter, ammunition filler, and sacrificial paste. Nothing was wasted on Carak's Null. Not courage, not terror, not meat. Above it, the Void War raged. The Rock and its attendant fleet fought through the upper defense grid, while burning ships fell into the atmosphere like wounded stars. Iron Warriors' bastions fired from orbit. Dark Angels' battle barges answered with bombardment cannons. Escort craft died in squadrons. Torpedoes passed through clouds of frozen bodies and wreckage. The sky never darkened because it was never free of fire. The remaining iron thorns were shielded beneath Carak's Null's planetary defense web. The Lion could not bypass it. Every Auspex reading agreed. Every librarian tasted the same truth through pain and iron. Every tech marine, no matter how bitterly he distrusted the numbers spoken by corrupted machine spirits, confirmed the same conclusion. The shield lattice rose from Carak's Null through orbital pylons, void towers, subterranean reactors, and chained moons. The weapons beyond it would remain unreachable while the world endured. So the world had to be crossed, not conquered in the language of crusade banners and noble cartographs. Crossed, broken open, passed through like a blade forced through a ribcage. The Astra Militarum went first. Their transports came down under fire in numbers too vast for dignity. Regiments from worlds the Dark Angels did not know and would not remember. Cadian bloodlines, Armageddon steel veterans, Mordian firing blocks, Krieg siege infantry in rebreathers and mud-stained coats, penal legions with explosive collars blinking beneath their helmets, artillery crews from forge-protected mustering worlds, tank companies whose commanders had been told only that the Primarch required a breach and that obedience would be recorded somewhere holy. They landed into prepared death. Dropships were cut apart before their ramps lowered. Troop carriers struck mine oceans and vanished in pillars of black fire. Armored columns rolled from landing zones into false plains that collapsed beneath them, sending tanks tumbling into pits lined with melter charges and impaling spars. Men marched in ranks through dust that turned out to be powdered bone and chemical poison. Their lungs filled, their eyes dissolved. Commissars shot those who slowed until the commissars died too, crushed under the boots of the units behind them. The Mechanicus followed with engines and faith. Skitari maniples advanced in red and brass cohorts, galvanic rifles snapping, rad weapons hissing, their noospheric chants rising against the Iron Warriors jamming. Cataphron servitors rolled over human bodies without change in rhythm. Onager walkers strode through shellfire with guns blazing. Tech priests dragged portable shield. Emitters threw mud thick with blood, chanting Binharic invocations while their robes burned and their attendants were shredded around them. They had begged earlier for the Thorns to be preserved. Now the Lion spent them beneath the guns that protected those same relics. He watched from the forward command bastion of a Dark Angel's landing fortress, half buried in ash and shell fragments. Azrael stood beside him. Belial waited below with the Deathwing reserves. Ezekiel bled quietly from one eye as he read the warp pressure tightening across the shield grid. Samael's remaining Ravenwing elements circled above the dust storms like black knives, marking guns, dying in fragments, returning with coordinates when they could. The mortal army groups moved across the hololith as rivers of green light. They vanished in red. One army group reached the first shield pylon and held it for 79 seconds before Iron Warrior's counterfire turned the entire plateau into molten glass. Those 79 seconds gave the fleet an opening. 3 battle barges fired through it. 1 orbital bastion died. A section of the grid flickered. The Lion marked the result. "Again," he said. A serf repeated the order with a voice that cracked. More guard formations advanced. The second push lasted 42 seconds. The third lasted 17. The fourth did not reach the pylon at all. Perturabo shelled his own forward mortal armies to stop them. It began as a ripple along the Iron Warriors' line. Vox intercepts recorded orders passing from Bastion Command to Trench Command to Artillery Command, each one precise, unhurried, unburdened by hesitation. The traitor mortal armies occupying the central corpse wall were ordered to hold position. They cheered because they thought it meant reinforcement. Then the guns behind them opened fire. Perturabo's shells fell upon his own. The central corpse wall disappeared beneath impacts so dense they became weather. Traitor soldiers, mutants, beast thralls, slave militia, and corrupted overseers were smashed into fountains of meat. Bodies flew in pieces. Arms spun through smoke, still clutching rifles. Heads burst against bunker faces. Men tried to retreat and found disciplinary guns waiting behind them. The bombardment did not merely kill them, it built from them. The impacts hurled the dead forward into the loyalist approach lanes, piling corpses in mountains high enough to block tanks, thick enough to absorb last fire, wet enough to slow infantry to a crawl. The Astra Militarum climbed through the dead under fire. Boots sank into stomachs. Hands disappeared into opened rib cages. Men used the backs of corpses as steps, slipped, fell, and were trampled into the same red architecture. Heavy bolter rounds shredded the upper layers, spraying rotten blood and fresh viscera over those still climbing. Flamers turned corpse slopes into greasy pyres. Guardsmen burned with the dead they tried to cross. Krieg infantry kept moving, rebreathers hissing, bayonets fixed, vanishing by platoons beneath artillery that left only helmets floating in blood mud. Azrael's voice was low. He is making terrain from his own armies. The Lion watched the corpse mountains grow. He is buying time. He murders his own line to slow ours. He calculates their worth correctly, the Lion said. Azrael looked at him, not in challenge, but in recognition of what had been spoken. The Lion did not soften the words. The question is whether we calculate ours with equal honesty. The Iron Warriors fought as they had been made to fight. They fell back by design. Each bunker surrendered only when the bunker behind it had locked range. Each trench taken by loyalists became a killing floor from 3 other angles. Heavy weapons waited behind false surrender flags. Mortar pits fired from beneath corpse piles. Havoc squads withdrew through blast doors and collapsed tunnels behind them, leaving pursuing guardsmen buried alive. Terminator siege breakers appeared where the fighting thickened, not to inspire, not to boast, but to crush. They came in iron wedges, tyrant siege Terminators with missile racks and chain fists, their armor blackened from centuries of bombardment, their helms striped in yellow and black. They walked through their own artillery fire, as though rain had become inconvenient. Their missiles hammered loyalist armor at close range. Their fists tore open tanks. Their boots crushed wounded men into the mud without altering stride. One such wedge entered the collapsed manufactorum of St. Corda, where the Deathwing had been committed to force a breach through the second defense stratum. The manufactorum was no longer a building. It was a metal cavern filled with broken assembly lines, hanging chains, severed power conduits, and vats of boiling blood where corpse slurry had mixed with overheated coolant. Demon-fed artillery shells rolled along conveyor tracks by themselves, whispering names through mouths formed in their brass casings. Shredded cables hung from the ceiling like black vines, sparking over pools of red fluid. Every step hissed. Belial led the Deathwing Knights through the ruin. The tyrants met them in the central hall. There was no challenge, no recitation of old brotherhood, no accusation worthy of remembrance. The Iron Warriors opened fire at once. Cyclone missiles filled the manufactorum with fire. A Deathwing Knight vanished behind detonations, emerged with half his helm gone, then took a chain fist through the chest. The Iron Warrior tore upward, splitting him from sternum to throat. Blood, lung matter, and fragments of black carapace spilled across bone-white armor. Belial struck the killer with his thunder hammer. The Iron Warrior's torso folded around the blow. His spine burst out through his back in a spray of black blood and metal splinters. He collapsed into the boiling slurry, which swallowed him with a hiss. The lines crashed together. Chain fists screamed against storm shields. Hammers fell. Bolters fired point blank. Mass reactive shells detonating inside armor seams. A tyrant drove his fist into a knight's abdomen and pulled out a fistful of organs and cabling. The knight caught the traitor's wrist, held him in place, and head-butted him until both helms cracked, then drove a blade through the Iron Warrior's throat and out the back of his neck. Another Deathwing warrior slipped in the blood, lost balance for half a heartbeat, and paid for it when 3 missiles struck him at once. He burst apart, limbs cartwheeling through steam, his torso slamming against a conveyor and sliding into a vat where the boiling blood took him. Belial fought the tyrant champion beneath a rain of sparks. The champion's name was scrawled across his armor in dead fortress scripts. He carried a hammer shaped like a bunker block and a shoulder-mounted rack that fired shells blessed by a warpsmith in the blood of loyal prisoners. He swung with contemptuous strength, each blow cracking the floor, each impact against Belial's shield, sending pain through the Grand Master's arm. "Forest dog," the Iron Warrior growled through his vox. "Your Primarch spends you like ammunition." Belial stepped inside the next strike. "Good." The champion hesitated for less than a heartbeat. It was enough. Belial's hammer came up beneath the traitor's chin. The helm snapped back. The next blow caved in the breastplate. The third drove the Iron Warrior to one knee. The champion tried to fire his missile rack. Belial tore it from his shoulder and beat him with it until the helm split and the skull beneath became pulp inside iron. The manufactorum breach opened. The Dark Angels moved through it over their own dead. Across Carak's Null, the battle widened beyond comprehension. Billions fought and died across the trench continents. Millions of armored assets, transhuman warriors, demon engines, knights, titans, gun crawlers, siege automata, corrupted Skitarii, servitor cohorts, aircraft, and orbital wrecks moved through the theaters like organs in a dying god. Loyalist Titan maniples strode through shell storms, void shields flaring, volcano cannons answering Iron Warriors' grand batteries. Traitor Titans replied from behind mountains of corpses, their god engines daubed in hazard stripes and demon script, their princeps half mad with machine hatred. Night houses charged through mine seas and vanished in blossoms of fire. Demon engines crawled over the wreckage and were cut apart by plasma, only for their severed limbs to keep killing until burned to ash. The lion led from the front only when needed. That was worse for his enemies than if he had led always. Where a line faltered, he appeared. Where a breach threatened to close, he entered it. Where iron warriors' counterattacks gathered enough mass to become decisive, the lion walked into them and ruined the equation. His presence bent the battle. Loyalists rose from cover when they saw him. Wounded Astartes dragged themselves upright. Guardsmen who had moments before been crawling backward through blood stood and fired until they were shredded. Tech priests redirected engines without waiting for permission. Chaplains roared until their voices broke. Traitors focused fire upon him the instant he appeared. It did not matter. He moved through shell bursts, shield raised, fealty cutting in disciplined arcs. A bunker line vanished beneath his assault. Its guns turned toward him too slowly. He was already among them, blade opening armor, shield smashing helms, boots crushing skulls, his cloak torn and burning behind him. Iron warriors died trying to slow him with their bodies. Mortal troops broke and were shot by their overseers. Demon engines lunged and were hamstrung, blinded, gutted. The battlefield began to orbit him like a storm around a blade. Perturabo's design tightened. The lion saw it in the rhythm of death. Every time he saved an army group, another shield window closed. Every time he redirected reserves to rescue a surrounded guard host, the remaining Thorns gained minutes. Every time he preserved a Titan maniple from encirclement, Perturabo's planetary grid adjusted, rerouting power and forcing another assault somewhere worse. The Lord of Iron was not merely defending Carak's Null, he was offering equations: save armies and lose time, spend lives and reach the weapons. The lion stood atop a shattered bastion while bombardment rolled around him and understood the shape of his brother's cruelty. Azrael reached him through the smoke. His armor was cracked, his sword was dark with blood. The Mordian and Krieg formations on the eastern ascent are encircled. Mechanicus reserves can relieve them if we delay the push on the third pylon. The lion looked toward the east. Through fire and ash, he could see them. Mortal men in ordered blocks, dying around banners, still firing. Krieg infantry advancing into guns because retreat had never been issued. Mordians holding a ridge of bodies with parade ground discipline while artillery erased them by files. The Mechanicus reserves waited behind them, engines turning, capable of relief. He looked then toward the third pylon. It pulsed with shield energy. The remaining Iron Thorns slept behind it, gathering power. "Commit the Mechanicus to the pylon," the lion said. Azrael was silent for a moment. "The eastern formations will be destroyed." "Yes." "They bought the approach." "They bought the approach," the lion agreed. "Do not make their purchase worthless." Azrael bowed his head. "By your command." The Mechanicus engines advanced on the pylon. The eastern formations died. They died beneath shells, in gas, under treads, under falling corpse walls, in bunkers that became ovens, in trenches that flooded with blood, in disciplined ranks and broken heaps. Their last transmissions crowded the Vox with oaths, coordinates, static, and screams. The lion heard none of them directly. He had already turned toward the pylon. Victory demanded attention. The third pylon fell at dusk, though dusk on Carak's Null was only a deeper shade of burning. Dark angels breached its base with melter charges, while Skitarii died holding the approach. Belial's surviving Deathwing teleported into the upper control vaults and slaughtered the Iron Warrior's command cadre in a chamber filled with shield light. Ezekiel and the librarians broke the warp seals at the cost of 3 of their number, whose bodies aged into dust as the demon locks came apart. The lion entered the heart of the pylon and severed the main conduction spine with fealty. The planetary defense grid screamed. Across Carak's Null, shield towers failed in sequence. Orbital bastions lost synchronization. The great lattice protecting the inner Thorns flickered, collapsed, tried to re-knit, and died beneath fleet fire from above. The Rock's guns spoke into the opening. Battle barges followed. Lance strikes came down like spears of judgment. The world shook under bombardment, not from traitor guns alone now, but from the wrath of the unforgiven. By the end, Carak's Null was taken. Taken did not mean pacified. It did not mean clean. It did not mean safe. It meant the defense grid was broken. The Iron Warriors' main lines had withdrawn into the inner rings, and the Dark Angels stood upon a trench world paved with the dead of armies. The corpse-rendering pits overflowed. The mine oceans burned. The compacted walls had collapsed into red mountains. Blood ran in channels where rivers had once existed. Steam rose from fields of meat. Broken titans lay across bunkers like fallen cathedrals. Tanks burned nose down in trenches full of limbs. The dead were so numerous that the living could not move without stepping on faces. The Dark Angels had paid for the world with oceans of blood. The Lion stood upon the shattered third pylon as the last shield auroras faded from the sky. Around him, his sons gathered in silence. No one cheered. No one raised a banner higher than necessity required. The victory was too heavy for pride. A Vox channel opened across the battlefield. It carried no static, only Perturabo's voice. Now you understand siegecraft. The Lord of Iron descends. Carak's Null had been taken, but it had not been silenced. No world built by Perturabo surrendered merely because its walls had fallen. Its guns continued to fire from beneath rubble. Its dead continued to burn. Its trenches continued to shift as hidden engines dragged plates of armor and corpse-packed earth into new alignments beneath the feet of the victors. The Dark Angels stood upon a world that hated being conquered. Every broken bunker spat sparks and static. Every collapsed bastion seemed to grind its teeth. Every tunnel that led downward breathed heat, promethium fumes, and the stench of men rendered into grease. The Lion stood upon the carcass of the third shield pylon and watched the battlefield rearrange itself. Not enough to become whole, not enough to deny defeat, enough to prove its maker still had hands around the throat of the world. Below him stretched a plain of broken titans. The god machines had died badly. Loyalist engines lay with their knees buckled, their cathedral backs split open, their crew decks exposed to ash and fire. Traitor engines had fallen among them, their armor daubed in hazard chevrons and runes that crawled when seen from the corner of the eye. One warlord lay on its side with its head torn off, the princeps throne visible through the neck wound, its occupant fused into a nest of cables and blackened flesh. Another still tried to rise despite being severed below the waist. Its arms dragged furrows through the corpse mud, while its reactor heart leaked blue fire into the trenches beneath it. Around the Titans, armies continued dying because no command had reached them, telling them death had become unnecessary. Astra Militarum survivors held shell holes against counterattacks by slave militia and Iron Warriors' thralls. Skitari maniples advanced through poison ash, their ranks thinned to ragged files. Dark Angels and their successor brethren pushed toward the inner causeways, taking ground measured in bunkers, not kilometers. Iron Warriors' rearguards fought with contemptuous endurance, falling back only when ordered, killing until surrounded, then detonating their own positions beneath the boots of the victors. The sky turned iron. Ezekiel felt it first. His psychic hood screamed. Blood broke fresh from his nostril and ran down into the seals of his gorget. The librarians nearest him staggered. One dropped to a knee, gauntlets clawing at the cracked stone beneath him as frost formed along his armor. Servo skulls in the command perimeter spun madly, their jawbones clacking in prayerless terror. "My lord," Ezekiel said. The lion did not look away from the plain. "I know." The air above the field of dead titans split open. It was not a teleport flare. It was not a warp breach as demons made them, all hunger and color and insanity. This was engineered damnation, a wound cut with tools. Reality parted along angles too precise to be natural, and through the wound came iron, ash, warp light, and screaming machine code. The sound did not merely enter the ears. It entered armor joints, teeth, old wounds, memory. It made bolters misfire. It made tank spirits whimper in Binharik. It made mortal hearts stop before their owners understood they had been afraid. Perturabo descended. The Lord of Iron came down through a storm of black fire and falling ash, not hurled into real space by rage, not dragged by hunger, but installed upon the battlefield like the final gun of a siege. His form was colossal, yet every line of it spoke control. He was not Angron's chained butchery. He was not Mortarian's rot-cloaked decay. He was not Fulgrim's radiant corruption or Magnus's impossible sorcery. Perturabo was a fortress given limbs, hatred given armor, resentment made immortal and practical. His demon-forged plate was layered in slabs of black iron and brass, each plate thick as a bunker door, each edge inscribed with equations, kill tallies, siege formulae, and the names of citadels that had failed to endure him. His shoulders carried weapon housings and shield projectors. His back bore a crown of servo arms, some tipped with claws, some with cannon muzzles, some with drills, blades, data spikes, and surgical instruments built for cities rather than flesh. Cabling thicker than men's torsos coiled through the gaps in his armor. Furnace light glowed from within him, not wild, but banked and contained, as though even damnation had been forced to obey his tolerances. His face remained recognizable. That was the cruelty of it. 10,000 years of demonhood had not made him a monster beyond recognition. It had revealed what had always waited behind the eyes, the same hard brow, the same bitter mouth, the same gaze that measured all things and found them wanting. Only now the eyes burned like stars trapped behind gun slits, and the shadows around him bent inward, as if reality itself had become another wall waiting to be breached. He landed among the dead titans. The impact killed thousands. Mortal soldiers nearest to him collapsed under sudden gravity distortions, their armor imploding around them. Flak plate drove inward through ribs. Helmets flattened skulls. Eyes burst. Blood rose from their bodies in red streams, flowing upward against nature, drawn toward the pressure of the demon Primarch's arrival. It froze in the air, crystallized into iron dust, and fell as black rain. Tanks buckled where they stood. Their tracks snapped. Their crews were crushed into the floor plates as gravity twisted through their hulls. One baneblade sagged inward, armor groaning, turret folding down into its own engine deck, while the men inside became a red paste forced from vision slits and hatch seams. Servo skulls exploded. Wounded guardsmen simply came apart, bones shaking loose from flesh before both were pressed flat into the mud. The Iron Warriors knelt. Not all. Not those too far away to see. Not those engaged in immediate killing. But those within sight of their father lowered themselves to one knee, weapons still held ready, helms bowed not in worship, but in acknowledgement of command. There was no devotional crying out, no ecstatic prayer, no chanting of a god's name. Perturabo despised that softness. He had never wanted worship. He wanted results. He wanted walls built, guns loaded, calculations obeyed, weaknesses corrected, and failure paid for in blood. The kneeling lasted 3 heartbeats. Then the Iron Warriors rose and continued the war. The lion descended from the pylon to meet him. He did not run. He did not call his sons forward. He did not raise fealty in challenge. He walked down the broken incline through drifting ash, past burning tanks, and the bodies of men who had died without knowing which demigod's shadow had taken them. Azrael moved as if to follow, but the lion's hand lifted a fraction. The Supreme Grandmaster stopped. Belial stopped. Ezekiel stopped. Every dark angel who saw the gesture understood. This was not permission to survive. It was command to hold. The lion crossed the field alone. Perturabo watched him come. Between them lay a dead titan's arm, a fallen cathedral of metal and weaponry. The lion stepped over it. Perturabo crushed part of it beneath one iron foot without looking down. For a long moment, neither spoke. They faced one another across the ruin, two sons of the Emperor standing amid the cost of their father's dream. Around them, war continued in widening rings. Shells fell, bolters cracked, men screamed, engines burned. Yet the space between the Primarchs seemed removed from ordinary battle, as though the galaxy itself held breath for the conversation of brothers who remembered being gods before mankind learned to fear them. Perturabo spoke first. "You have grown old." The lion's eyes were cold beneath his helm. "You have grown large." A sound like stone dragging over iron came from Perturabo's throat, not quite amusement. Still hiding insult inside restraint. Still mistaking restraint for weakness. Perturabo's servo limbs flexed behind him. "I wondered which would bring you first. Shame, pride, or the need to pretend both are duty. You know why I am here. For the Thorns." Perturabo looked toward the inner rings, where the remaining weapons brooded behind wounded shields and active kill grids. "Your gift, my improvement." The lion's gaze sharpened. "They were never yours. They became mine when I made them useful. You corrupted them. I perfected them." Perturabo's voice deepened, and the battlefield trembled with it. "They were relics when you gave them to me. Elegant, yes. Powerful, yes. But incomplete. They still obeyed the timid logic of men who feared their own genius. I fed them centuries of war. I bound siege intelligences into their cause. I taught them hatred. I gave them hunger with discipline. They are no longer merely Dark Age engines, brother. They are demon-bound siege minds, and they have learned from every world they have broken." The lion's hand tightened around fealty. Perturabo saw the motion and continued, each word placed like a charge beneath a wall. "The anvil sun died measuring you. The choir died opening deeper locks. The ninth thorn has tasted a moon. The casket waits. They are not sleeping weapons to be reclaimed by old command codes and sentimental memory. They remember you, perhaps, but they have grown in better company. You speak of them as sons. I speak of them as achievements." The lion took one step forward. "You hide behind walls because you could never endure being seen without them." For the first time, Perturabo's eyes changed. Not anger, not yet. A narrowing, a focusing, like a gun finding range. "And you hide behind honor because you could never endure admitting your sins had purpose." The lion did not answer. Perturabo's voice lowered. "You gave them to me because you wanted results you would not dirty your hands to obtain. You clothed the act in trust. You sealed it with oaths. You told yourself secrecy was wisdom and necessity was purity. You were always very good at naming shadows. I gave them to a brother. You gave them to the one brother who would use them correctly. I gave them to a loyal son of the Emperor." Perturabo's lips curled. There were none. The duel began without signal. Perturabo fired first, because fortresses did not bow before blades. Weapons mounted across his armor opened in layered sequence. Micro-missile racks screamed from his shoulders. Gravitic projectors pulsed from his gauntlets. A cannon hidden beneath one servo arm spat a shell wrapped in warp fire directly at the lion's chest. At the same moment, the ground beneath the lion's boots unfolded into a trap of iron teeth, pressure plates, and buried force emitters. The lion was already gone. He moved like the hunt remembered through flesh. The shell passed close enough to tear part of his cloak away and detonated behind him, vaporizing a squad of iron warriors and dark angels locked in melee. The blast reduced both sides to mingled fragments of ceramite, bone, organs, and blackened weapons. The lion crossed the collapsing trap before it closed. Fealty flashed toward Perturabo's throat. A servo claw caught the blade. The impact rang across the plain. Perturabo's other limbs struck, not wildly, not in rage. One claw angled for the lion's sword wrist. A drill stabbed toward the knee joint. A hammering piston drove at the shield arm. The demon Primarch's main fist came last, following the pattern of the lesser strikes, not because it lacked strength, but because the lesser strikes created the correct answer. The lion gave him the wrong answer. He stepped into the attack, shield raised. The Emperor's shield caught the piston blow and returned its force outward. The shockwave smashed 3 nearby tanks onto their sides, tracks spinning uselessly, crews pulped against internal bulkheads. The reflected force threw one servo limb wide. Fealty slid free, cut across Perturabo's forearm, and carved a glowing wound through demon iron. Perturabo looked at the damage. The wound closed around molten light. "Observed," he said. Then he changed the battlefield. Gravitic anchors buried beneath the Titan plane activated. Broken god machine limbs lifted from the mud and hurled themselves toward the lion. Wrecked tanks flipped end over end like toys. A fallen warhound's head, still burning, spun through the air, trailing cables and corpses. The lion cut through the first piece of wreckage, ducked the second, shattered a third with the shield, and used the force of its impact to drive himself forward. Perturabo was waiting. His fist struck the lion in the chest. The blow threw the Primarch through the knee of a dead Titan. Adamantium, bone, ceramite, and sacred machinery burst apart around him. The lion hit the ground hard enough to crater the mud. Loyalists cried out across the Vox. Iron warriors began to focus fire on the crater, but Perturabo raised one hand. They ceased. The lion rose from the broken ground. His breastplate was cracked. Blood ran beneath the armor. He rolled one shoulder, not to ease pain, but to confirm function. Perturabo advanced. Still alive. Good. The lion spat blood inside his helm and answered with motion. He came low, fast, precise. Fealty struck joints, not plates. The shield turned aside cannon fire. The lion did not try to overpower Perturabo. He hunted the spaces between systems. He cut sensor veins, severed a cable bundle, opened a wound beneath the left pauldron, then vanished from the line of a counterstrike before Perturabo's fist could turn him into ruin. Perturabo adapted with every exchange. His fire patterns shifted. Servo limbs adjusted reach. Gravitic pulses began landing where the lion would be, rather than where he was. Every wound became data. Every evasion became prediction. He fought like a siege, not a warrior. No single strike mattered alone. Each attack narrowed the next choice. Each movement built a wall around the enemy's future. The lion felt the enclosure forming. He smiled without warmth, then broke the rhythm. He leapt onto Perturabo's right knee plate, drove Fealty through an armor seam, and used the embedded blade to pull himself upward beneath a storm of grasping servo limbs. Perturabo fired point blank. The lion twisted, and the shot took one of the demon Primarch's own appendages, blowing it apart in a burst of metal and black flame. He reached Perturabo's chest, braced one boot against the armor, and struck with the Emperor's shield. The detonation hurled both Primarchs apart. The surrounding battlefield died. Astartes from both sides were killed simply by proximity. Dark angels were lifted from their feet, armor cracking, organs bursting from pressure. Iron warriors slammed into barricades hard enough to burst open inside their plate. Mortal soldiers vanished in red vapor. A traitor Titan staggering nearby lost balance as the shockwave struck its already wounded leg. It fell sideways, crushing an entire Iron Warrior's battery and a loyalist armored spearhead beneath its bulk. Ammunition cooked off under its corpse, sending fire and limbs into the air. The lion landed on one knee. Perturabo remained standing, though a black wound burned across his chest plate where the shield had struck. His ruined servo limb twitched behind him, shedding sparks and demon ichor. For a moment, The two brothers regarded one another through smoke and falling ash. "You have not dulled as much as I hoped," Perturabo said, "and you have not improved as much as you claim." Perturabo's eyes burned brighter. Around them, hidden guns emerged from the ground, not to fire at the lion, to define the space around him. Walls rose from beneath the mud. Broken Titan plates shifted into barriers. Wrecked tanks slid into place. The battlefield tightened into a corridor. The lion saw it. Not a trap already sprung, a route being offered. He turned his head slightly toward the inner rings. There, beyond the torn veils of smoke and void shield shimmer, something vast and black waited in the wound opened by Carak's Null's fall. The casket of unmaking, silent, patient, larger than any fortress on the field. Its chains glimmered with old First Legion oath marks beneath Iron Warrior's corruption. Perturabo stepped back, not driven, not fleeing, withdrawing. The lion understood then that the duel had not been meant to end here. Perturabo had not manifested to kill him on the Titan plane. He had come to pull him forward, to make the next step feel chosen. "Running to another wall?" the lion asked. Perturabo's smile was thin and cold. "No, brother. I am showing you the door." The iron barriers shifted, opening a path toward the casket. Behind Perturabo, the greatest thorn began to wake. The casket of unmaking did not wake with thunder. It woke with absence. Sound thinned around it first. The battlefield still burned. Guns still fired. Men still screamed. Engines still ground over corpse mud and broken armor. Yet around the greatest of the iron thorns, every noise seemed to lose conviction. The roar of macro batteries became distant and brittle. Vox traffic flattened into whispers. Explosions bloomed without force, as if the world itself had begun to doubt whether violence was real enough to continue. Then the casket opened its outer eyes. They were not lenses. They were wounds in geometry. Black apertures split along its hull, each one edged in old First Legion oath metal and later layers of Iron Warrior's corruption. The structure was vast beyond the sane scale of war engines, a reliquary fortress chained between orbital anchors, half buried in the surviving shield aurora of Carak's Null, half suspended above the trench world like a coffin built to bury the laws of creation. Its armor was black, but not the black of paint or void. It was the color of certainty after certainty had died. The lion remembered the vault where it had slept. He remembered warning sigils burned into stone by men who had not wished to write the weapon's name. He remembered tech adepts shaking as they explained what little they understood. It did not merely destroy matter. Destruction was crude. Fire burned. Grav weapons crushed. Cyclonic torpedoes murdered worlds with honest brutality. The casket was worse. It attacked the structure beneath existence, the hidden agreements that told stone to remain stone, memory to remain memory, history to remain behind and not ahead. A city struck by the casket did not explode. It failed. Its walls forgot their height. Its foundations forgot they had ever been below anything. Streets folded into rooms that had never been built. Men died remembering childhoods belonging to enemies they had never met. Regiments lost the sequence of their own orders and fired upon victories that had not occurred. Archives collapsed into blank parchment, names unthreaded from monuments. Cathedrals became ruins first, then plans, then regrets, then nothing a mind could hold without bleeding. The weapon erased structural certainty. It made reality unsure of its own architecture. Perturabo had improved it. The casket's original command logic had been sealed beneath First Legion oaths, layered beneath kill restraints, refusal chains, and command hierarchies written by minds that feared what they had made. Perturabo had not removed those locks. He had built around them. He had fed demon intelligences into the gaps. He had taught the casket to hunger through the screams of broken worlds. He had chained slaughter to its logic until it no longer waited to be fired. It anticipated collapse. It desired the final weakness in every wall. Now it aimed beyond Vordrast. A warp breach opened above its forward aperture, not a ragged tear, but a tunnel bored through the immaterium by iron calculation. Through that breach lay loyal bastions, fortress systems, shrine worlds, naval anchorages, and the layered defenses of imperial power across 100 threatened routes. Perturabo did not intend merely to fire upon a world. He intended to prove that the Imperium could be unmade by superior engineering. Rebellion had failed to kill the Emperor's dream. Treachery had wounded it. Demons had gnawed it. Time had rotted it. But Perturabo would show the galaxy that enough patience, enough iron, enough hatred placed correctly could make even mankind's empire forget how to stand. The Lion saw the firing sequence form across the casket's hull. He gave the order no commander wished to hear. Commit everything. Azrael did not ask what remained in reserve. There was nothing. The Unforgiven moved. The fleet came first, or what was left of it. Battle barges with cracked armor and failing shields turned toward the casket's orbital anchors. Strike cruisers bled atmosphere from wounds that had been sealed with emergency plating, bodies, and prayer wax. Escort craft burned on approach, guns firing until ammunition feeds jammed with shrapnel or crew remains. The Rock's batteries spoke above them all, each shot from its ancient guns striking like judgment against the shielded anchor chains. The casket endured. Samael led the surviving Raven Wing into the exterior shield pylons. There were too few of them now for glory, and too many for silence. Black bikes, speeders, and wounded aircraft ran the gauntlet through debris clouds, warp mines, and defensive fire from Iron Warriors' bastions clinging to the casket's outer shell. They did not form a shining spear. They became knives thrown into machinery. A bike squadron vanished when a pylon emitted a defensive pulse that turned their engines into molten slag and their bodies into streaks of ash. A damaged speeder rammed its nose into a shield node and detonated, its crew dying with their hands still locked on the controls. Samael passed through the blast, armor scorched, cloak burning, and fired plasma into the exposed heart of the pylon until it ruptured in blue-white flame. First pylon crippled, he voxed. The next reply was static and screaming. Azrael led the central breach. He came through the corpse wall beneath the casket's lowest anchor with the Grenwing and the successor veterans, sword drawn, helm sealed, robes blackened by ash. Around him marched warriors from chapters that had answered the Lion's call, knowing they might never be named, consecrators carrying relic blades, angels of absolution with bolters raised in ritual precision, angels of vengeance advancing despite armor cracked from prior fighting, guardians of the Covenant chanting battle doctrine through gritted teeth as shells fell around them. The Iron Warriors waited inside layered fortifications built into the casket's anchor roots. They did not shout. They did not insult at first. They fired. Heavy bolters turned the breach mouth into a butcher's sluice. Plasma cannons burned through storm shields and the men behind them. Autocannons chewed armor into fragments. Havoc squads fired from behind interlocking murder slits, while mortal slave troops were shoved forward to absorb return fire. The Dark Angels advanced anyway. Their bolters answered in disciplined volleys. Chainswords rose and fell. Power swords flashed in the red dark. Azrael struck the first Iron Warrior champion at the barricade, parried a chain axe, cut through the haft, and drove his blade through the traitor's throat seal. Black blood sprayed across the Supreme Grand Master's breastplate. The breach widened by bodies. Every meter cost armor, blood, and gene seed. Belial and the Deathwing struck higher. Teleport flares burst inside the casket's spine, where the outer hull met the command conduits. The arrival killed some of them. 3 Deathwing Knights materialized in a live conduction field and were reduced to glowing skeletons inside their armor before the suits burst outward. Others came through intact and immediately met Iron Warriors' Terminators in the narrow spine corridors. The fighting there was too close for tactics beyond endurance. Chain fists punched through torsos. Thunder hammers crushed helms into wet cavities. Stormbolter rounds detonated inside knees, elbows, throats, and bellies. One tyrant siege terminator dragged a Deathwing knight into a wall of grinding gears, holding him there while both were chewed apart, screaming through vox distortions until the machinery jammed on their mingled remains. Belial walked through the gore with his hammer rising and falling. "Forward," he said. No lament, no fury, only command. The fleet rammed the orbital anchors. The strike cruiser, Penitent Blade, its engines failing and its prow cracked open from earlier fire, received the order and obeyed without hesitation. Its captain transmitted the Lion's name once, not as plea, but as witness. Then the ship accelerated toward the casket's second anchor chain. Defensive batteries tore it apart on approach. Its port side vanished. Its chapel decks opened to vacuum. Mortal crewmen were sucked into space, still clutching railings, icons, and each other. The bridge remained intact long enough to guide the reactor core into the chain. The impact became a white sun. When the light faded, the anchor chain had broken. So had the Penitent Blade and every soul aboard it. Other ships followed, not all by command. Some because their engines were too damaged to turn away. Some because their captains understood that dead ships could still serve. Burning hulls rammed anchor plates. Escorts drove themselves into gun clusters. A battle barge of the Angels of Redemption took a casket beam across its midsection and began to forget its own shape. Before impact, its decks folded through each other. Crewmen fell upward into rooms that had not existed moments before. Astartes vanished from squads, while their brothers still remembered them, and then did not. The ship struck anyway, half real, half impossible, and tore a kilometer-wide wound in the casket's armor. The cost became catastrophic. Entire successor companies vanished in killing zones that had not been there until the casket decided they had always existed. Strike cruisers died with all hands. Dreadnoughts were torn open inside their sarcophagi. Ancient warriors reduced to red mist and broken bone slurry as resonance fields passed through their iron coffins. Mortal crews aboard distant ships were pulped when feedback from the casket's defensive song turned compartments into pressure chambers. Men became red fog inside sealed decks. Servo skulls burst. Machine spirits howled. Tech priests tore out their own cables rather than hear the casket whisper their true names backward. Still, the unforgiven advanced, and Perturabo let them. That was the horror the Lion saw too late, and exactly when Perturabo intended him to see it. Every captured level opened the next kill box. Every breach point led deeper into overlapping fire. Every disabled pylon exposed another conduit that had to be taken by hand. Every victory narrowed the approach. The casket was not being stormed like a fortress under surprise. It was swallowing attackers through prepared throats, grinding them, measuring them, and permitting progress, because progress brought them closer to the chamber where the weapon's certainty would become complete. Azrael understood when the third breach gate sealed behind his warriors. "Trap," he voxed. The Lion answered from the field below the casket, where he had carved his way through iron warriors guarding the lower command access. "Yes." "Order withdrawal?" "No." "My lord, the deeper we go, the fewer return. The weapon fires if we remain outside. Then we continue." Azrael did not sound resigned. He sounded like a son of the First Legion. The Lion reached the original oath seal beneath the casket's command shell. It was almost buried beneath Perturabo's additions. Iron warriors' chevrons, demon script, brass plates, warpcraft chains, skull locks, and dark mechanicum relay organs covered the ancient interface. Yet beneath them, scarred but unbroken, remained the mark of the First Legion. A winged blade, a command phrase sealed into metal by hands that had trusted the Lion more than they had feared the weapon. The Lion placed his gauntlet against it. The casket noticed him. The battlefield lurched. Inside its hull, corridors screamed. Machine spirits woke in layers. Demon intelligences lashed against their bindings. Bound souls shrieked through data coils. Across the casket's outer armor, old oath marks began to glow beneath the Iron Warrior's corruption, one by one, like buried stars uncovered under ash. Perturabo felt it within the infinite citadel and became still. Drekar Vol stood below the war dais, armor blackened from the fighting on Carak's Null. "Lord?" Perturabo did not answer. The war table flickered. The casket's inner logic displayed itself in impossible forms, sigils breaking, reforming, resisting. Perturabo's modifications held the upper layers. Demon siege minds snarled through command channels. Iron Warrior's control codes tightened. The firing sequence continued. But something old had opened its eye. The machine spirit remembered. Not affection. Machines such as the casket did not love. Not loyalty in any simple sense. It remembered authority. It remembered the voice that had sealed it. It remembered the hand that had given it away. It remembered the command language of the First Legion, written in its bones, before Perturabo had caged demons around its heart. Perturabo's hand closed over the edge of the war table. Iron cracked beneath his fingers. "No," he said. The lion spoke the first command code, not aloud for the benefit of his sons. The words left him in Calibanite, High Gothic, and older battle cant beneath both, a layered oath transmitted through armor, gene lock, command seal, and Primarch blood. The casket answered by killing everything near the interface that was not him. Dark mechanicum tendrils burst. Iron Warrior's relay servitors exploded. Slave brains wired into the firing logic boiled. In their skulls, eyes melting, mouths open in steam. The firing sequence faltered. Then Perturabo struck back. His demon-forged modifications surged through the machine spirit. Brass locks slammed shut over First Legion pathways. Siege intelligences bit into the oath logic, like wolves into a throat. The casket's hull rang with an impact that came from inside its own thoughts. Corridors twisted. Loyalist squads inside the structure died as floors forgot they were beneath them and became walls, then ceilings, then crushing jaws of black iron. A company of Angels of Vengeance was erased mid-advance. Their last vox burst, containing only the sound of bolters firing into a corridor that no longer existed. The lion spoke the second command. The oath marks burned brighter. The casket began to tear itself apart. It recognized both masters, the lion as origin, Perturabo as improvement. First Legion command authority moved through ancient cores. Iron Warrior's corruption answered with demon logic, siege equations, hate engines, and centuries of slaughter. The machine spirit convulsed between them. Armor plates split open across the hull. Gun ports fired into one another. Shield pylons inverted and burned their own crews to ash. Inside the command rings, Iron Warriors and Dark Angels alike were crushed by doors that opened and closed out of sequence, then opened into spaces where there was no air, no floor, and no reason for bodies to remain whole. The casket screamed without sound. Perturabo's rage came then. It did not erupt as Angron's would have. It did not become froth, madness, or animal fury. It became pressure. Every iron surface in the infinite citadel bent inward. Warsmiths staggered. Mortal attendants died by the score, their ribs collapsing, their hearts bursting, their blood rising in trembling strings from their mouths. Bound souls in the calculation racks ignited one after another, burning blue as their screams fed uselessly into the war table. Drekar Vol dropped to one knee despite himself. Perturabo turned his burning gaze upon the casket's image. "He remembers you," Drekar said, before wisdom could stop him. The chamber froze. Perturabo looked down at him. For a moment, Drekar believed he would die. He accepted it without prayer. Instead, Perturabo turned away. "That is the flaw," the demon Primarch said. "Memory is corrosion." He stepped from the war dais, and the citadel opened a path before him. Within the casket, The Lion drove forward through collapsing command decks. He passed Azrael at the central breach. The Supreme Grand Master stood amid corpses, armor cracked, blade broken at the tip, still holding the line against iron warriors pushing from a side corridor. For a heartbeat, Azrael looked as though he would follow. "No," said the Lion. Azrael understood and hated understanding. "My lord, hold this place. It will not hold long. It need only hold once." The Lion moved on. He passed Belial near the spine junction, where the Deathwing had been reduced to a ring of wounded giants standing over heaps of dead. Belial's armor was torn open at the side. Blood ran down one leg. His hammer smoked in both hands. The corridor behind him was packed waist-high with iron warriors' corpses. Belial bowed his helm. "The command heart lies ahead. I know. Then we come with you." "No." The words stopped even the Deathwing. The Lion looked upon them, his sons, his weapons, his burden. "This was mine before it was yours." Belial said nothing. The Lion entered the final passage alone. Behind him, the casket groaned as its command logic warred against itself. Ahead, the doors to the command heart opened one by one, each black gate recognizing him, resisting him, yielding to him, and bleeding light from cracks filled with demon script. The air grew colder. The floor beneath his boots was old oath metal, visible now where Perturabo's additions had peeled away like scabs from a wound. At the end of the passage waited a circular portal marked with the First Legion's seal beneath the Iron Warrior's chevrons. The Lion placed fealty's point against the lock. The portal opened. He stepped into the casket's command heart. A moment later, iron fire split the passage behind him. Perturabo entered after him. The command heart of the casket of unmaking had not been built for men. It had not been built for Space Marines, nor Tech Marines, nor the hooded priesthood of Mars with their sacred oils and machine cant. It had not been built for demons, though demons had been chained into its ribs and nailed screaming into the black spaces between its thoughts. It had not even been built for war as mankind understood war, with guns, walls, bodies, flags, and prayers choked out through blood. It had been built for decision. The chamber was vast beyond the logic of its outer shell, a hollow cathedral of black iron and dead stars, descending and rising farther than sight should allow. Engines screamed in the walls. Bound demons writhed beneath sheets of crystal and oath metal, their distorted faces pressing outward from within the machinery, mouthing curses that had no air to become sound. Broken statues lined the outer ring, each one carved in the old knightly forms of the First Legion, their faces smashed away, their wings hacked from their shoulders, their plinths overpainted with iron warriors' hazard markings and siege formulae. Beneath those chevrons, older sigils still burned: the winged sword, the crowned blade, the oath mark of Caliban, the hidden command seals of the Lion's Legion. Perturabo had buried them, defaced them, chained them beneath iron plates and demon script, but he had not erased them. Perhaps he had believed erasure unnecessary. Perhaps contempt had become his error. Perhaps he had wanted them left there, as trophies forced to stare forever at what their secrecy had become. The Lion saw them all. He stood at the center of the chamber, fealty in his right hand, the Emperor's shield upon his left arm. His armor was cracked from the wars before this room. Blood had dried in black lines down the green plate. Fresh blood ran beneath it. The edges of his cloak were burned ragged. Yet he stood straight, a king in a tomb, his helm lenses fixed upon the demon Primarch entering through the gate of iron fire. Perturabo stepped into the command heart, and the chamber altered to admit him. Lesser beings would have died crossing the threshold. The proof came when two iron warriors tried to follow their father inside. Veterans, Terminator armored, bitter with the long war, their helms striped in yellow and black. The chamber noticed them. It judged them insufficient. One collapsed without a wound. His armor folded inward, as though the idea of space inside it had been revoked. ceramite crushed meat, bone and organs into a wet black mass that burst from his joints. His helm cracked, and what had been his face sprayed across the threshold in a dark fan. The second lasted long enough to scream. His skeleton vibrated free of his flesh, bones splintering through armor seals, skull pushing through the helm grill, before both turned to grey dust and red mist. Their remains drifted upward, then vanished as the room forgot they had entered. No armies could follow, no suns could witness. This was a battlefield for Primarchs alone. Perturabo did not look at the dead warriors. They had provided information. The threshold was functioning within expected limits. "You always did enjoy lonely rooms," he said. The lion did not answer at once. He looked to the buried First Legion sigils, then to the screaming demon engines, then back to his brother. "You built a prison around my mistake." Perturabo's servo limbs flexed behind him, each one moving with hateful precision. "I built purpose around your cowardice." The first shot came without warning. A warp cannon unfolded from Perturabo's shoulder assembly and fired at the lion's heart. The blast crossed the chamber as a black sun wrapped in iron fire, dragging fragments of broken reality behind it. The lion moved before the discharge fully formed. The Emperor's shield caught the edge of the blast, and the reflected force detonated sideways into the chamber wall. Black iron cracked. A bound demon behind the armor screamed as the reflected fire tore through its prison and burned half its face away. The wall bled sparks, oil, and something like marrow. Perturabo was already attacking again. Missiles shrieked from racks across his back. Siege claws descended in layered arcs. A gravitic compression field slammed down around the lion, turning the air thick and murderous. The floor beneath him tried to crush his legs through his own weight. Stone would have powdered. Tanks would have flattened. A lesser warrior would have become red liquid. Inside armor. The lion bent one knee. No more. Fealty flashed upward and cut through the first missile before it armed. The explosion burst against his shoulder, cracking the plate and driving shards into the meat beneath. He stepped inside the second, let it pass close enough to scorch his helm, and struck the third with the shield. It rebounded into a servo limb and blew the appendage apart in a spray of demon iron and black flame. Perturabo crossed the distance with the inevitability of a collapsing wall. His fist struck the shield. The impact shook the casket. The Emperor's shield caught the force and hurled a portion of it outward. The chamber walls split in long golden fractures. Statues toppled from their plinths. One shattered against the floor, revealing beneath its stone skin an ancient control pillar marked with First Legion script. Perturabo's blow still drove the lion backward. His boots carved twin trenches through the black iron floor. His left arm went numb to the shoulder. Blood burst from beneath the seals at his wrist. The Lord of Iron followed. He did not roar. He did not lunge in madness. Every attack came layered behind another, each blow a bastion, each retreat a prepared trench, each shift of balance laying the foundation for the next kill. A siege claw hammered toward the lion's helm. A servo drill came low for his knee. A hidden cannon fired into the space where he would move if he avoided both. Perturabo fought as he built, overlapping, patient, merciless, denying the future one option at a time. The lion refused the offered future. He did not retreat. He stepped into the claw's reach, turned his helm by a fraction, and let the talons scrape sparks from his gorget instead of tearing out his throat. Fealty cut down, chipping against demon iron as it severed the drill head from its armature. The hidden cannon fired. The Emperor's shield met it at an angle, not to stop it, but to break its path. The blast screamed past the lion and struck the floor behind him, opening a hole into a lower engine pit where imprisoned demons writhed in chains made from equations. The lion's counterstroke took Perturabo across the abdomen. Fealty bit deep. For a heartbeat, black fire spilled from the wound. Not blood, not holy. Demon essence, furnace heat, and something darker from the immortal flesh beneath the armor. Perturabo looked down at the cut. His face registered nothing beyond assessment. "Edge degradation," he said. "Your blade dislikes my improvements." The lion drew back before 3 servo limbs closed where his torso had been. "It will endure long enough." "Will you?" Perturabo struck the floor. Gravity inverted. The lion rose from the ground as the chamber became a pit above him. Broken statues, armor fragments, demon chains and blood drops fell upward. Perturabo remained anchored, mag-locked and warp-rooted, his artillery limbs tracking the lion through the sudden reversal. Missiles launched, cannon fire roared, siege claws opened like the gates of a fortress. The lion twisted in mid-air. His instincts were older than civilization, older than knightly courts, older than banners, laws, and the names men gave courage. In the forests of lost Caliban, before he had known what he was, he had hunted things that moved wrong in the dark. He had learned not by calculation, but by survival. The beast did not ask permission of gravity. The hunter did not argue with the night. He adapted or died. He struck a floating statue with one boot, shattered it, and used the impact to redirect himself through the barrage. A missile grazed his side and exploded behind him, tearing armor from his back in burning strips. Another struck the shield and burst, hurling him downward as gravity corrected itself. He landed hard, one knee cracking the floor, blood running from his mouth inside the helm. Perturabo was there. His fist caught the lion across the chest. The blow would have turned a land raider into scrap. The lion's breastplate buckled. Something broke inside him, a rib or one of the older bones beneath the rib. Pain flared white, then cold. He went through a control altar and struck the wall beyond it, hard enough to drive his silhouette into the iron. Bound demons screamed in the machinery around him, delighted, terrified, hungry. Perturabo advanced through the wreckage. "You have always confused endurance with virtue." The lion dragged himself from the wall. Black fluid and red blood ran down his armor. "And you have always confused bitterness with truth." Perturabo fired again. The lion raised the shield. The blast hit with such force that the chamber behind him cracked open. The Emperor's shield shone, its surface blazing with stolen violence. The reflected shock hurled fragments of wall back toward Perturabo, but the Lord of Iron had already predicted the response. His left servo array locked into place and became a barrier. Shards struck it and broke. Others embedded in his armor, glowing hot. He did not slow. "Truth?" Perturabo's voice rolled through the chamber, like artillery heard from beneath the earth. "You want truth? You gave me the thorns because you knew. Beneath your silence, beneath your forest rites and oaths, beneath that cold mask you wear because you fear what lives behind it, you knew I was the only one strong enough to use them." The lion came forward, slowly at first. Perturabo's weapons tracked him. "You did not give them to Horus. Too proud. You did not give them to Dawn. Too rigid. You did not give them to Gilliman. Too hungry for permission. You gave them to me because walls break only for those willing to calculate the cost of breaking them." The lion moved faster. Missiles launched. He cut one from the air. The second struck his pauldron and blew the armor plate apart, exposing blood-slick black carapace beneath. The third hit the shield and died in golden fire. "I gave them to a brother," the lion said. Perturabo's eyes burned hotter. "You gave them to the truth." "I gave them to a loyal son." "There were none," Perturabo snarled, and for the first time the word carried heat. He came on with all his weight. The duel became collision. Fealty struck demon iron and chipped along its edge. The sound was a scream of ancient metal protesting against hatred older than empires. The lion cut a servo limb from Perturabo's back. Perturabo answered by driving a siege claw into the lion's thigh, talons punching through armor and meat. Blood spilled down the green plate. The lion smashed the claw with the shield, breaking 2 talons, then drove fealty toward Perturabo's throat. The Lord of Iron caught the blade in both hands. The edge bit into his palms. Black fire seeped between his fingers. For a moment, they stood face to face, fealty trembling between them. "You should have let me keep them," Perturabo said. "I made them worthy. You made them slaves. I made them honest." The lion headbutted him. The impact cracked the lion's helm and split Perturabo's brow. For one heartbeat, the Lord of Iron recoiled. The lion tore fealty free, reversed his grip, and cut down through Perturabo's right shoulder assembly. A cannon mount and 3 smaller limbs fell away, clanging to the floor, twitching like butchered insects. The wound poured molten darkness. Perturabo did not retreat. He learned. His next sequence came faster, harsher, stripped of excess. A gravitic field seized the lion's wounded leg. A servo hammer struck the shield from the side. A claw hooked fealty near the crossguard. A warp cannon charged inches from the lion's helm. Every movement had been built from the previous exchanges. Every wound the lion had dealt had given Perturabo angle, timing, reach, preference. He was not merely strong, he was war-engineered into hatred. The cannon fired. The lion turned his head, but not enough. The blast tore the side of his helm open. Green ceramite exploded. Blood sprayed across the inner lens. The world became half sight, half red blur. He staggered. Perturabo's hammer struck again. The Emperor's shield rang, and the lion's left arm nearly failed. A siege claw closed around his torso. Perturabo drove him down. The floor cracked beneath them. Demon iron unfolded from the chamber itself, answering the Lord of Iron's will. Chains wrapped around the lion's legs. Black plates rose over his arms. A crushing frame slammed across his chest, pinning him beneath a weight meant for engines, not flesh. The Emperor's shield remained on his arm, but Perturabo placed one immense foot upon it and pressed. The shield began to groan. The lion strained beneath the weight. Blood ran from his ruined helm, down his throat, across his breastplate. Fealty lay inches from his hand, trapped beneath a coil of demon iron. The chamber shook as the casket's command logic continued to tear itself apart around them. Old First Legion sigils burned under chevrons. Iron Warrior's runes flared back in rage. Perturabo bent over him. "I will take the shield first," he said. "Then the sword. I will hang them in the casket's heart. I will fire your gift with your relics watching." The shield groaned again. A crack opened along the floor beneath the lion's pinned hand. Beneath the surface, glowing through layers of iron and defilement, an oathlock awakened. The lion saw it. Perturabo did not. Certainty was the Lord of Iron's greatest weapon. It was also the wall he stood behind. He had measured the lion's strength, wounds, reach, and options. He had calculated the trapped blade, the pinned shield, the failing armor, the collapsing command heart. He had accounted for resistance. He had not accounted for obedience. The lion pressed his bleeding palm against the oath lock. He spoke one word, not loudly, not in anger, not in triumph. An old word, a First Legion word, a command word spoken once in the sealed vaults before the heresy, when the casket had been bound beneath his authority, and Perturabo had still worn loyalty like armor. The casket heard. For a fatal instant, the machine remembered its first master more clearly than its improved one. The demon iron pinning the lion froze. The chains slackened. The crushing frame lifted by a fraction. Perturabo's eyes widened, not in fear, but in outrage. No. The chamber rebelled. First Legion sigils burned through Iron Warrior's markings. Oath metal split demon script. Bound machine spirits screamed in divided loyalty. The floor beneath Perturabo buckled upward. Not enough to kill, not enough to defeat, only enough to interrupt the perfection of his pressure. One instant. That was all a Primarch required. The lion tore his arm free. The Emperor's shield smashed upward into Perturabo's foot, breaking the hold and releasing a burst of reflected force that blew the crushing frame apart. Black iron fragments scythed through the chamber. Fealty came into his hand, as if the sword had been waiting for this wound in time. The lion rose through blood, broken armor, and golden light. Perturabo tried to bring his claws down. Too late. Fealty drove forward. The blade entered the demon Primarch's body beneath the breastplate, through armor, through warp-forged organs, through furnace-dark flesh, and the immortal hatred caged within it. The impact carried both brothers backward. Perturabo's back struck the command altar at the casket's heart. The old machine screamed. Demons howled. Iron broke. First Legion sigils blazed like stars under ash. The lion leaned into the blade until its guard struck Perturabo's armor. Face to face, blood to iron, brother to brother, he held the Lord of Iron impaled upon the weapon he had once trusted him to guard. Fealty remained buried in Perturabo's body, and for one breath the casket of unmaking forgot how to scream. The lion held the blade with both hands, driving it deeper through the demon Primarch's breastplate, through layered iron, through furnace-dark flesh, through the immortal machinery of spite that had replaced whatever mortal organs Perturabo had once possessed. The sword did not pass cleanly. It ground, it bit, it shrieked against demon-forged armor and old warplate, shedding sparks and black flame as it forced its way through the Lord of Iron's ascended body. Perturabo's hands closed around the blade. His fingers were vast, black, and burning at the joints. The edge cut into them. Warp fire spilled between his knuckles. He did not roar at first. His face remained locked in hatred so disciplined it almost resembled calm. Only his eyes betrayed the wound, those furnace apertures narrowing as the old oath locks burned across the chamber and the casket's machine spirit turned against him for that one unforgivable instant. "You did not win," Perturabo said. The lion leaned closer. His ruined helm was split down one side. Blood ran from his mouth, from his brow, from the ragged seal at his throat. His armor was broken in a dozen places. Green plate cracked down to the black carapace beneath. Still, he pressed forward. "I took back what was mine." Perturabo's mouth twisted. "You took back guilt." The lion drove Fealty farther. The blade burst from Perturabo's back in a spray of black fire, molten iron, and meat that was no longer meat, but still bled like something that remembered being alive. The command altar behind him cracked. First Legion sigils flared through the Iron Warrior's chevrons, white and green beneath layers of soot and desecration. Demons bound into the casket's core thrashed within their prisons, tearing their own faces against crystal and oath metal as the authority of two Primarchs split the machine's soul apart. Perturabo struck the lion with one free hand. The blow caught him across the side of the helm and shoulder, shattering more plate, hurling him sideways without tearing Fealty from the wound. The lion's grip held. His boots carved arcs through the iron floor. His left knee buckled. He rose before Perturabo could strike again. The Lord of Iron tried to step forward. The casket refused him. Ancient command locks clamped down around his armor. Not physical chains alone, though chains erupted from the walls and floor, wrapping his limbs and servo arms in glowing oath script. Deeper bonds seized him. Old First Legion permissions, once buried, now awakened and ravenous for correction. Perturabo's demon-forged modifications fought them. Brass sigils flashed. Iron Warrior's command code burned like plague light. Siege intelligences howled in layered machine cant, clawing at the older logic, but the wound in Perturabo's body had become a door through which the lion's authority poured. The Lord of Iron finally roared. The sound was not animal, it was artillery given a throat. It cracked the chamber walls, it burst the crystal prisons of lesser demons, and annihilated them before they could escape. It shook the broken statues from their plinths. It sent shards of black iron scything through the air, cutting sparks from the lion's armor and carving red lines through exposed flesh. Beyond the command heart, across the crown of thorns, Perturabo's manifestation began to fail. The infinite citadel convulsed. Its walls bent inward as though a giant fist had closed around the fortress. Calculation racks exploded. Bound souls ignited in blue flame, screaming numbers that no longer balanced. Gun decks fired out of sequence. Shield pylons inverted their own fields and crushed their crews against the ceilings. In trench command vaults across Carak's Null, Iron Warriors officers shouted corrections into Vox channels that had become mouths full of teeth. Servo skulls burst. Warp smiths were dragged into their own engines. Mortal slaves died by the million as the vast coordination of the crown lost the cold pressure of the mind that had held it together. The collapse spread outward. Demon engines went feral first. Without Perturabo's will layered through the siege network, their chains of obedience snapped. Brass and iron beasts turned on slave columns, on artillery crews, on their own handlers. One engine the size of a hab block seized a corrupted Skitari cohort in its claws and fed them into its furnace chest, while they continued firing at loyalist targets until their ammunition cooked off inside them. Another tore loose from an orbital causeway and crawled across open vacuum toward an Iron Warrior's bastion, clawing at its walls until the defenders detonated the entire platform to stop it. Slave legions were crushed beneath falling bastions. Trench continents split open as buried engines misfired and collapsed. Walls made from compacted dead sagged, burst, and became avalanches of old meat, armor scraps, bone shards, and rot. Corpse rendering pits overflowed as gravity engines failed, vomiting slurry into trenches already waist-deep in blood. Entire districts of Carak's Null sank into the hollow spaces beneath them, taking guns, tanks, mortals, Astartes' corpses, and screaming prisoners into the dark. The Iron Warriors did not flee in panic. That would have been a greater defeat than any suffered by their guns. They withdrew with hateful discipline. Across the dying crown, grand companies disengaged by command sequence and bitter instinct. Siege lines collapsed inward by layers. Havoc squads fired until the last moment, then fell back through prepared tunnels, sealing them with charges behind their boots. Tyrant siege terminators dragged wounded warsmiths from command bastions rather than leave them to the loyalists. Warpsmiths cut demon engines loose when they could not control them, marking the losses without grief. Legionaries carried relic, artillery pieces on grav sleds, their guns still hot, their barrels still dripping with the blood mist of those they had killed. Others dragged gene seed vaults through corridors slick with oil and gore, each vault guarded by warriors who would die before allowing the progenoid legacy of the 4th Legion to be burned by sons of the 1st. They took shattered banners too, not because banners were sacred. Sacred was a word for priests and fools. They took them because memory mattered when bitterness needed fuel. Torn, hazard-striped standards, broken iron skulls, company marks pierced by Dark Angel's bolts, all were dragged into retreat corridors, while their bearers swore in cold voices that the long war would remember this humiliation. Drekar Vol survived by 3 meters and 1 correct decision. When the central bastion above him began to fold inward, he ordered retreat before the ceiling failed. 2 other warsmiths called him premature. They died beneath 6 million tons of armor, ammunition, and slave barracks when the bastion came down. Drekar watched the impact through a rear pict feed while stepping onto an evacuation crawler loaded with siege guns and wounded Iron Warriors. His helm turned toward the casket burning in the distance. "Record this," he said. A scribe thrall, shaking hard enough that the stylus punched through parchment, nodded. Drekar's voice was calm. The lion took the thorn. Perturabo endured. Debt remains. Behind him, Carak's Null split open and swallowed the bunker where the record had begun. Within the command heart, Perturabo's real space form came apart. The lion wrenched fealty free. The wound did not bleed. It emptied. Black fire poured from Perturabo's chest, carrying fragments of broken equations, shards of demon iron, screaming machine code, and the echoes of every fortress he had ever hated for falling. His armor split across the breast. Servo limbs spasmed and tore themselves from his back, each one crashing to the floor and writhing like a severed serpent. His hands reached for the lion, not in desperation, but in promise. "You cannot keep it from me forever." The lion raised the Emperor's shield, its surface cracked, scorched, and still bright. "I do not need forever." Perturabo's face warped as the banishment took hold. For a moment, he was less a body than a siege collapsing in reverse. Walls folding inward, guns melting, hatred compressed into a single burning point. His eyes remained fixed on the lion until the last instant. "I will build a wall from your victories," he said, "and when it stands, you will understand that every conquest only teaches me how to endure you." Then, the Lord of Iron broke. His manifestation collapsed into a storm of black flame and screaming metal. The blast struck the lion, drove him to one knee, and hurled fragments of demon iron across the command heart. The chamber wailed as Perturabo's presence was ripped out of it and hurled beyond the veil. The casket shuddered, its engines stuttered, its demon-bound intelligences thrashed against the absence of the master who had improved them and the presence of the master they remembered. Silence followed. Not peace. Nothing in the casket could know peace. Recognition. The lion stood slowly, blood running down his armor, fealty lowered but ready. Around him, the command heart trembled like a wounded beast, waiting to learn whether the knife would return. He placed his hand upon the central command altar. The casket felt him. Old authority moved beneath 10,000 years of Iron Warrior's corruption. Not cleanly, not completely. The weapon was not purified by Perturabo's banishment. It was wounded, wrathful, awake, and more terrible because it now understood abandonment, improvement, injury, and reclaiming. Its machine spirit recognized the lion's command as something buried in its first bones. It did not love him. It did not forgive him. It obeyed because obedience had been cut into it before corruption learned its name. The lion spoke the binding words. The casket lowered its outer weapons. Across the battlefield, dark angels saw the impossible occur. The greatest surviving iron thorn ceased firing. Azrael entered the command heart with Belial, Ezekiel, interrogator chaplains, tech marines, and the surviving masters of the inner circle. None crossed the threshold until the lion allowed it. Even then, the chamber tried to kill them. Armor seals shrieked. Blood vessels burst in mortal serfs who came too close and died against the outer doors. One tech marine's servo arm twisted backward and drove its own drill through his shoulder before the weapon's machine spirit was beaten into submission by emergency rites. They saw the lion standing before the command altar. They saw Perturabo gone. They saw the casket alive. No one asked if the weapon should be destroyed. The answer was so evident that it seemed unnecessary to speak. Melter charges were brought forward by tech marines with hands shaking beneath ritual discipline. Plasma rites were prepared. Cyclonic failsafe authorizations were unlocked from sealed reliquaries. Azrael carried the final sanction on a black scroll marked with the sigils of the inner circle. Belial's Deathwing secured the exits. Ezekiel and his surviving librarians began the first words of a killing litany for machine spirits too dangerous to endure. The weapon had murdered worlds. It had folded a moon into itself. It had unmade ships, men, histories, and reason. It had been corrupted by Perturabo and fed by centuries of slaughter. No sane Imperium would allow it to exist. The lion turned from the altar. Stop! Every rite ended. The tech marines froze with melter charges in their hands. Azrael lowered the scroll but did not close it. Belial's helm inclined a fraction. Ezekiel's remaining eye narrowed beneath his hood. "My lord," Azrael said carefully, "the casket will not be destroyed." The words traveled through the chamber like cold iron dropped into a grave. A tech marine spoke before fear could stop him. "Lord, the machine spirit is corrupted beyond redemption. Its logic is demon-infested. Its outer seals are compromised. Its threat exceeds containment doctrine." "I did not ask for doctrine." The tech marine bowed his head at once. Azrael stepped closer. "The weapon is too dangerous to remain." "Yes," the lion said. "Then why spare it?" The lion looked toward the command altar, toward the sigils that had burned beneath the chevrons, toward the wound where Perturabo had vanished. "Because it was my burden before it was his crime." No one answered. The lion's voice remained cold, knightly, absolute. No priest of Mars, no lord militant, no chapter council, no high lord, no inquisitor, no son of mine has the right to judge what must be done with it. I gave this weapon away when I believed trust could bind what should have been buried. I will not hand my oldest failure to lesser hands and call that wisdom. Belial's voice was low. "Then it is to be sealed. It is to be taken." The chamber seemed to tighten around the word. The Mechanicus protested within the hour. Their delegation came aboard the rock under guard and under delusion. Magos Dominus Halvek Ro survived the campaign with half his body replaced by emergency augmetics and his bronze mask blackened by smoke. He entered the audience chamber with lesser magi, data adepts, lex mechanics, and weapon savants, all of them shrouded in incense and barely concealed hunger. Some begged with Binharic humility, some cited doctrinal preservation clauses, some promised containment vaults beneath forge worlds whose names were offered as though names could bind apocalypse. One, bolder or more defective than the rest, invoked sanction by the greater priesthood and hinted that refusal could be judged obstruction of the Omnissiah's divine will. The lion listened. That was the mercy. When they had finished, he spoke. Any priest, Magos, captain, lord militant, inquisitorial agent, forge servant, data thief, or sanctified fool who attempts to claim the casket, copy its logic, awaken its lower engines, petition its machine spirit, or hide one fragment of its architecture from me will be executed. Halvek Ro's lenses rotated rapidly. Lord Primarch, such unilateral control may provoke censure. The lion's gaze settled upon him. It will provoke erasure. The Magos made a sound like static trapped in a throat. The lion continued. Your names will be removed from record. Your forge lines will be inspected. Your data vaults will be opened. Your allies will be questioned. Those who knew and did not speak will die. Those who spoke and were ignored will watch the rest burn. This is not a threat made in anger. It is a process awaiting cause. The Mechanicus delegation bowed, some out of obedience, some out of terror, some out of hatred they were wise enough to hide. The casket was chained to the rock. It took the surviving fleet to move it. Ancient First Legion command codes were driven into its outer logic like nails through bone. Stasis locks older than the Imperium were awakened from vaults beneath the rock and fitted along the casket's wounded flanks. Void tethers thick as hive spires were drawn between the weapon and the fortress monastery, each one inscribed with layered wards, kill codes, and detonation prayers. Forbidden technologies were brought from sealed armories, their existence known only to the lion and those whose lives had already been surrendered to secrecy. Tech Marines worked until their hands bled inside their gauntlets. Serfs died in hundreds, merely standing near the active locks. Their bodies were removed without ceremony and burned in plasma furnaces. Dead ships were lashed around the casket as armor. The broken hull of the penitent blade became part of the outer cage. Fragments of strike cruisers, escort prows, armor plates from dead battle barges, and the ribs of ships that had died ramming the orbital anchors were welded into a shell around the weapon. It was not protection alone. It was accusation. The dead would guard the apocalypse they had purchased with their lives. Captured iron warriors were nailed alive into warning pylons along the casket's hull. They were not tortured for information. The lion had no need of their answers. They were made into signs. Legionaries of the Fourth, stripped of helms, their blackened armor pierced by oath spikes, were fixed to iron pylons facing outward into the void. Their enhanced bodies endured. Their blood froze along the pylons in black ropes. Some spat curses through broken teeth. Some recited siege formulae. Some promised the return of Perturabo. One laughed for 6 hours before a Dark Angel's chaplain removed his tongue and left him living. The lion permitted it. Cruelty had its uses when addressed to those who understood only iron. The crown of thorns burned behind the withdrawing fleet. Worlds cracked. Moons drifted loose from broken chains. Orbital bastions tumbled into gravity wells and died in slow fire. Demon engines prowled through abandoned trenches, killing anything too slow to escape. Iron Warriors' rear guards vanished into retreat corridors, sealing them with nuclear fire, warp charges, and collapsed mountains of dead. Slave legions were left behind in the billions. Some begged toward the departing loyalist ships. Some tore each other apart. Some walked into furnace pits because no overseer remained to tell them not to. Vox signals rose from the ruin in a dying storm. Prayers, curses, pleas, threat codes, distress calls, machine cant, and the fading voices of men trapped inside ships whose compartments had no air. No victory hymn was sung. The Dark Angels did not cheer as the rock dragged the chained casket into the dark. The unforgiven armada moved in wounded silence, engines burning low, shields scarred, hulls patched with the dead. Within the ships, chaplains recited names in sealed chapels. Apothecaries cut gene seed from those whose bodies could be recovered. Many could not. Entire companies existed now only as marks on black parchment. The Raven Wing counted machines that would never ride again. The Deathwing sealed empty suits of Terminator armor in mourning vaults. Mortal crews scraped red paste from bulkheads and returned to their stations because Void War allowed grief only in permitted intervals. The Lion stood alone as the crown dwindled behind them. Azrael approached after a long time. "My lord," he said. The Lion did not turn. "Speak." "The weapon is secured for translation. The outer cage holds. The Mechanicus obeys under protest. The inner circle has begun containment protocols." "Good." Azrael was silent for several breaths. "And if the Imperium learns what we have taken, then the Imperium will demand it." "Yes, and it will not receive it." Azrael looked toward the chained silhouette of the casket, beyond the viewing port. "Some will call that treason." The Lion finally turned. His face was pale beneath the wounds, his expression carved from exhaustion, wrath, and something older than either. "Some call any truth treason when it is denied to them." Azrael bowed his head. "As you command." Deep beneath the rock, in a vault that had no name and would appear on no map, the casket of unmaking was imprisoned. The chamber built around it was not large enough. No chamber could be. The weapon's true scale seemed to press against the eye, no matter how far back one stood. It rested within rings of stasis, warding, void suspension, and First Legion command locks. Black chains crossed its hull in layered lattices. The dead ships welded to its surface gave it the look of a corpse wrapped in armor made from other corpses. Warning pylons stood in the dark around it, their Iron Warriors prisoners frozen in agony, still alive enough for hate. The Lion stood before the sealed core with his sons behind him. Azrael, Belial, Samael, wounded but standing, Ezekiel, hood shadowing his ruined face, chaplains, tech marines, masters of the inner circle, survivors, witnesses, jailers. The casket watched without eyes. Its machine spirit knew him now. It knew his hand. It knew his blood. It knew the old command words and the new chains. Beneath 10,000 years of corruption, beneath demon hunger, beneath Perturabo's improvements, something ancient and terrible had bent its attention toward its first master. The Lion placed one hand upon the nearest chain. "This weapon will never be used lightly," he said. No one replied. They heard what he had said. They heard what he had not said. The Lion had taken back the weapon he once gave away. He had not purified it. He had not forgiven himself for it. He had not given it to Mars, nor Terror, nor any council of mortal men who would dress hunger in necessity and call it salvation. He had locked it beneath his own shadow among the other sins of the First Legion, where secrets went not to die, but to wait. Far beyond the veil, in a place of iron storms and impossible fortresses, Perturabo endured the pain of banishment and began to calculate. The lion had reclaimed the thorn, and somewhere beyond the veil, Perturabo began to build a wall strong enough to survive it.